Get out of here.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Alan, just move around a little bit, if that's okay. So I can see you. I don't like it when I miss you. Yeah, over the hump. Yeah.
Now you're getting everyone.
Well, staff have got to space that extra wide for. Oh, it's in your eyes, isn't it? There. Is it? When you sit down, is it still a problem? Just check. Sorry, I don't want to miss your hand. I don't want to miss your hand signal. The elected members, staff, members of the gallery, welcome to the council meeting for 29th of June. In opening the meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the traditional land of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains region. May pay our respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationships with the land, and we acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. And just to note, that it's NAIDOC week this week, and we had 4 schools of year 2 kids, I think, through the Bindi today. It was fantastic, fantastic. Also read you the council pledge. We seek wisdom and understanding as we face the duties of our united task, praying for the peace and prosperity of our city. Please be seated. We're extra spaced out today due to the new COVID restrictions, so please be aware of that when you're working out where you sit, and staff are off to the side. The gallery is so spaced out, looks like they're from the 60s, but no, they're okay. Safe, they're safe over there, they're safe. On leave, we have nil. Apologies from Councillor Nguyen. Declaration by members of a conflict of interest. Are there any such to declare? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I was just quickly trying to find the number. I don't believe there is, but there may be a perceived one when we're talking about the school crossing 10.9.
10.9.
I live in the street, so and near where the proposed
Near the proposed location. Manager of governance, a perceived conflict, as you see it?
That's correct. Yes,
correct. And you stay in the room and then talk and vote on the matter is your intention? Yeah. Yep. And going to move it, right? Okay. Any other conflicts of interest to declare or perceived conflicts? No. Okay. Confirmation of minutes for the meeting on the 25th of May. So are you happy to move that we take those as a true and accurate record? Councillor Pearce, do you wish to speak to it?
no thanks.
Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to it?
No thanks.
Any further debate? I'll close debate. All those in favour? Against, they're carried unanimously. Thank you. Public question time. Maximum period of 15 minutes has been allocated for public question time, and we have an opportunity for people from the public to come and speak to us. Maximum of 3 minutes per person. Unless an extension of time is requested. There's an extensive series of guiding principles and rules about that. I'll just notice we have a questioner notice received from Mr. Lance Wright. I believe, Mr. Lance Wright, you're here, is that correct?
Yes.
If you'd like to come forward, if you like, you can stand or sit in the chair over here. And if you'd like to ask your question, we'll do our best to see if we can answer it. Sure. And just for the purposes of the minutes, if you could state your name and address.
Lance Wright, 14 Prospect Terrace, Prospect.
Thank you. Fire away.
My question is, what communication or dissemination of the recent 40-kilometre speed restriction across Prospect has the council undertaken to enlighten the community?
Thank you. CEO.
Through you, Chair, to the Acting Director.
Acting Director. Over here.
Through the Mayor. Okay, there's 5 different components to what we've done in regard to communication. Part 1 was back on the 13th, 14th of April, we sent out postcards that were delivered to every household within the city. We sent out some 10,000 postcards that had a link through our website with further information. The postcards had 40 kilometres an hour on them as a grab your attention. We sent them out on the 13th and 14th. They had about up to a 2-week delivery time. The idea was that everyone would have them by the end of the month. We also had a media release that had the mayor in it, making declaring what was going on and outlining the 40 kilometre hour zones across the city. We had a front page feature on our website. We also had extensive social media posts on Facebook and Instagram towards the end of April. We paid extra to actually make sure they had a good solid reach. And finally, we also had to, as per the Department of Infrastructure and Transport's requirements, we did consult and notify the Commissioner of Police late April as well. That's effectively our notification process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wright, do you have any further questions?
Do you feel it's been effective?
CEO?
Well, I might defer again to the acting director. through you,
Acting
Chair.
Director.
Through the mayor, we haven't had much negative feedback in regard to the rollout of the 40 kilometre an hour zone. I felt that a lot of people were already aware of it from the initial consultation that council did when they did initial engagement on rolling this out. That was almost 2 years ago, so it's been quite a long period from start to finish. I believe what we did, where we notified every household and the like, I don't believe we could do too much more in relation to that, making sure people are aware of what's going on.
Only thing I can think of is a little sign on letterbox, no junk mail. No, true, it being delivered to my house. I don't know.
Okay. We'll take that as feedback, but it should have
I
gone
don't,
there.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
remember seeing it.
So in Prospect Terrace, we might ask the CEO and staff just to do some sample testing and see whether there was a gap in the delivery, but the intention was everybody would get one. Yeah. Do you have anything further, Mr. Wright, for public question time?
Not on that, no.
Okay, all right, thank you. Welcome to resume your seat in the gallery. Are there any further questions from the public during public question time? No, there being none, we'll move on to item 7 on the agenda, which is petitions. We have nil. Deputations, though, we have 2 tonight. And I ask Mr. David Lloyd to come forward to talk to us about the proposed telecommunications tower on the Crowey site on the corner of College Avenue and Main North Road. I understand, Mr. Lloyd, you have a slide presentation to work through as well.
Yes.
We'll just let that get set up. And the time limit for a deputation is 5 minutes. And let Jazz get back in her seat. So look, let's get set up and then we'll take the time from. And again, just for the purposes of the minutes, if you could state your name and address.
My name is David Lloyd and I'm at 42 College Avenue, Prospect.
Okay, and the 5 minute starts.
Thank you very much. Obviously, this presentation is really concerning that telecommunications tower development in the Crowey site, on the corner of College and Main North Road. Really, the focus of this would be a visual demonstration of the development and to some extent highlight a variance to the development plan in that regard. By way of background, I have a master's in urban planning. I also have worked in state government in planning and state for many years and a spatial planning analyst working overseas on many occasions about urban analysis of data. I'm also a resident in Prospect. Just an overview statement, really, as you can see from where it's from. Well-designed development will be respectful of the existing and anticipated future neighbourhood character, while achieving improved livability and public realm outcomes. The key issue today is really that I'm representing a group of residents who vehemently oppose the development proposal. At the moment, there is a petition underway, of which we have over 150 signatories, and we have some support from our political representatives, including those names there as well. The key issue, going into the key issue, is we recognise the need for technology, and we're not opposing the technology in any regard. What we do oppose is the proposed location of that tower. It's immediately adjacent a residential zone in the residential policy area A450. Proposed tower will be relocated within 75 metres of existing tower. And that graphic just shows you the top tower 2, shows you what is being replaced by the proposed tower 3. There's an existing tower 1 there as well, which is very close. So how will it look? This is sort of the key to some extent of what I'm doing here today. It's very easy to let these things pass when you see paperwork. So that's the existing tower, and the proposed tower has been superimposed on the right-hand side. It's a very large structure, 30 metres in height, as I'm sure you're aware from the one here. I've done an artist's impression here of that actual site of Crowe's. As you can see, that is the structure to be built on that car park, and that is the boundary of the residential zone immediately adjacent to the tower. It's 30 metres tall, as stated previously. So given that the development is sited immediately adjacent to that area, we refer to the development plan in particular design character statements to draw some reference. Future development in the policy area should be complementary to the predominant established character of the policy area. Buildings of up to 2 stories in height are appropriate. A new development will reinforce the attractive established character of predominantly single-story detached houses. Now, I understand the tower is not in residential policy area 450, but immediately adjacent in the urban corridor zone, where there are setbacks and bulk scales that are put forward in that zone, of which we suggest that there is some room to discuss or debate. I'm not going to read that part there. I'll go to the actual diagram. That's direct extract from the development plan under which this this proposal is to be judged on merit. As you can see at the moment there, I'll actually move forward 1 slide because I think it highlights some things. Yeah, the interface with the residential development is right on that boundary of the proposed site. And as you see with the 45-degree plane in terms of what the building envelope demands in that policy area, with a 3-metre height above natural ground level, when we superimpose the tower, you can see that a significant, probably about 27 metres of that tower is actually going to sit outside of and be non-compliant with that envelope.
1 minute left.
Okay, yes. Look, the other thing we're looking to do, given my spatial background, there are a number, this is again just looking at the zoning. There's a cemetery in that SU site there, special use site. That's those towers I just showed you before. What we've done with some very preliminary analysis is looked, we're not saying this is the outcome, but that would be a very high quality outcome that would satisfy telco needs, it would seem, but also largely negate the concerns of residents if it was located in that commercial, in the urban corridor zone that is a special uses zone neighbouring it. We would suggest there are breaching planning targets on a local, state and national scale when we're talking about conserving the character and amenity, and commercial interests should be balanced with community interests. So in summary, the tower adjacent to residential zone impacts visual environment for Prospect in general, the health and well-being of residents, the amenity and character of the suburb, and the property values. I think that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It won't penalise if you go 2 seconds over. No, done very well. And thorough presentation. Thank you. Just remain in your seat in case there are questions from elected members. Are there any? Well, perhaps I'll ask. Sorry, Councillor Harris.
About second last slide or third to last week, you put it near the cemetery.
Yeah.
The possibility
Yes.
of putting in the cemetery. So in front of that is the old TAB sort of area. So you're looking in, so the cemetery's back, Main North Road's there. So there's empty places in there that used to be the TAB and the car yard this side. So my question would be, have you approached anyone with that suggestion?
I've approached every one of those rental, the people who are leasing those properties, and I've got the phone number and name of the chap who owns the site on which Nissan, and a large portion of that is the Nissan yard.
Yeah.
And there would have, I shan't digress from your question. Yes, I've approached them. I've had no response from any of those there. Thank you, but there would be room, if I may just say very briefly, it appears that there would be room to site such a tower.
Thank you. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor.
Why is the tower being moved from the existing site to a different site?
My understanding of that is at the moment is that's going to be redeveloped into an Audi site. I believe the Audi site were asked whether they would take on board the tower on top of the building. This is purely hearsay on my part, okay? I understand that Audi refused that. I believe then there was a residential apartment behind that was approached, and there was pretty significant residential backlash to that proposal, I believe. Again, don't quote me on that. I also believe, I think there were 5 residences of 5 locations scouted in total by council, windmill, studies, and in fact, the corner where they're doing the development of the left slip lane around on the main road, which would appear to have been a fairly good solution. I believe when they got to the Crowley site, the landowner has accepted the generous offer to place that, so it's probably provided a nice solution for those who are the decision makers, the telcos themselves.
Thank you. Any further questions? Just one obvious one. Do you understand that this body is not the decision-making body and that our independent CAP is the decision-making body?
David, really, this was purely for me, this was an awareness raising exercise. And I do understand that, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. If there's no further questions, thank you, Mr. Wright, for your presentation. Very thorough. And if you could resume your seat in the gallery. And I'll just, while you're
Thank you.
resuming, I'll just seek leave of the members, see if you wish to pull forward item 14.3, which is a motion on notice regarding this item, moved by Councillor Alison de Backer, just to deal with this matter whilst the deputy is here in the gallery. Let's have a show of hands to pull forward that item. And that's unanimous of us pull it forward. Councillor de Backer, we customarily used to read these out, but it's only a custom. Over to you as the mover to do what you wish to do.
Yeah, I'll read out the motion and thank you to the deputy and also some other residents that I've been in contact with. And it is a awareness raising exercise. So I'm just going to read out the motion. So basically, I move that the council receives the deputation and thanks the deputy for the time of presentation, acknowledges the concerns raised by the deputy in regard to the proposed telecommunications tower on the Crowley site at the corner of College Avenue and Main Road in relation to the issues the installation of such infrastructure pose for the local community, including but not limited to visual and amenity impacts, health and heritage/character, whilst noting this is a decision that falls within the jurisdiction of the council assessment panel and associated statutory planning processes, supports the motion as carried at the National General Assembly of Local Government on 21st of June 2021, which calls upon the Australian Government to ensure a fair balance is struck between the requirements of telecommunications carriers to roll out technology and the protection of public places from undesirable infrastructure proliferation, which is a common issue for many. So I commend this.
Do you wish to speak to it any further?
Briefly, look, I just like to again thank the residents. Look, I'm no stranger to the Council Development Assessment Panel. I did sit on it for 5 years. It is incredibly frustrating. In the overarching parts of the code, talking about things like amenity and abutting residential zones. I thank Dr. Grasky for helping me shape this motion because we are limited as elected members now in some of the things that we can say or do with development, and that's also an increasing frustration for elected members. So in putting forward this motion, it's also limited, so it creates awareness. So I encourage other elected members to.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Yes, please.
Councillor Group, wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, just briefly, and I've probably just got a couple of questions as well. What's frustrating about these developments is that we have two towers with what I would assume is capacity to put on the bits that allow us to make our telephone calls onto one tower. So we've got two within a close distance of each other. But there doesn't seem to be lots of coordination, and that's probably market forces and commercialism at its best. But so be it. But it is frustrating that we can't consolidate one tower instead of having two or three. Can I just ask a couple of questions? The first one is, can I just clarify that CAP will be the approving body in this development?
See ya.
Through you to the director. Nathan.
Through the chair, I can confirm that the assessment panel is the relevant authority to make a decision on this, given the period and there were representations.
Thank you. So can I just ask when it's going to CAP?
CEO.
Through you, the chair, director.
Through the chair, likely July meeting, I believe we're waiting on the applicant's response to the representations, which is all a normal part of that process. Likely to go to the July meeting. That proceed with the next one.
Thank you. Councillor.
And the third question, I hesitate to ask this because I'm just where we've got a CAP member in the room, but I'll ask a question anyway. Has the council formed a view yet whether it will be supported from an administrative point of view?
CEO.
I think again through you, chair, to the director on the sensitivities of that.
Through the chair, until the CAP report is written, be able to say
Sure.
whether the process is ongoing.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll look forward to that CAP meeting. But just probably reiterate some of the thanks from Councillor Backer of the residents who are, you know, have brought this to our attention and been talking to us about this tonight. There's been a lot of work put into it, and I think we saw on the slide there's a very clear conflict with the development plan in terms of where it's going and what it's going to look like. And we'll let the CAP process run its course in terms of considering that. But there is probably a secondary piece of work for us to think about how we might respond as a council outside of that CAP process on these matters going forward. I'll leave it at that because I'm just aware of the sensitivities of having a CAP member in the room, but might be something for us to further consider at another time.
Indeed. Okay. Any further speakers? Councillor Rip and then Deputy Mayor.
Also, just a quick question, also to protect the CAP member of Councillor Pearce and also Council, if this is going to be going to CAP for a decision, can I just check if there's no conflict for Councillor Pearce to be here in the room? I'm just a bit concerned because obviously I appreciate the great work Councillor Pearce does representing us, but I also don't want him in a compromising position. If he's agreeing to say point 2, then there's a compromise when it goes to CAP.
I think Councillor Pearce is compromised by a leaky Coke can at the moment.
Oh, no. It's just, I want to make sure he's protected.
Trying to mop it up.
And my take on it is this, that if it comes for CAP, I'll be declaring a conflict of interest in leaving the room at that meeting, but not for this one. I don't see this being a conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we just want to make sure you're protected. But no, I acknowledge the concerns of the residents as well, and I can see the point that Deputy is making. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Either for the research that the deputy's done or just from a general knowledge, is there a precedence, given that these towers aren't unique to Prospect, this surely would have risen before either in Adelaide or elsewhere? Are we aware of precedences of these types of things being approved or not approved?
CEO.
Once again, chair, through you to the director.
Through the chair, it's probably difficult to say whether there's a precedent for this exact scenario. Are there mobile phone towers in residential zones? Yes, there are. Are there mobile phone towers in historic conservation zones? Yes, there are. Are there mobile phone towers at boundaries of zones? Yes, there are. They are an essential form of infrastructure. They are dealt with by planning policy. Each site and each circumstance is dealt with based on those own individual circumstances.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, okay, thank you. Councillor Barnett and then Barrett.
Yes, I support the motion and the certification residents. This is pops up every few years in the city of Prospect. We've had various petitions and motions, and we try and rely on things like what's in part 3, carrying motions at the Local Government Association, states, at the National General Assembly. But I was still seeing it falls on deaf ears. Sure, we want to have the advantages of technology, but I would think surely somewhere in the world can manage the design that is not as intrusive. Yes. I think part of the problem is that they try to lease out other parts of the huge hall to others and share it, and that's why it's such a monstrosity. But we do have things like other buildings in residential areas, like one of the churches here. They have a smaller one. Surely they could work out some system to have smaller ones on different buildings. So yeah, that's just my opinion. And I'd love to have the petition emailed to me at council address.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'm more than happy to endorse the motion and support where they go with there. But some of the questions and answers that come across that it's not the first tower they wanted to build, have built, and will continue to build in Prospect. But we have beaten them before. The residents have beaten them before with the Telstra Tower on Main North Road, corner of Balfour Street. And the council, similar to now, or a little bit less than, hands are tied that as long as a private owner's got land, to come on. But we end up stopping them, and not me as a councillor, but me as a resident and others, we end up stopping them. And the way to stop them was the owner of the property withdrew their permission. So you tackled it that way, sort of thing. It's not a place right now, I don't think. It would take too long if we wanted to debate whether they're good or bad or different, because I definitely have views. I was very happy to be part of the so many doctors that used to say cigarettes were good for you. And there's many people that talk about towers that they won't affect you. So, if we came up with that argument, I'd have different things there. But I say to the people that are handing over the petition and that, I'm disappointed that we are put in a position as a council, it's the same as significant trees or big trees. We might have a passion or we might have a belief, and then swore, I apologise, but the rules come along and then we can't, someone else takes over and we don't have that power. So I say to the petitioners, keep on to those people that are talking, the Cowleys, all these other ones, and hopefully you can get it shifted. But I'm definitely supporting the motion that we can then perhaps do what we can do. So
Thank you. Any further speakers to this item? No, being the case, Councillor Backer, you should sum up.
Yes, just in summary, so thank you to all elected members and just hearing around the room. I think we're all in agreement. Recognise the concerns, and in our capacity of what we can do in this situation, I think that the motion is quite clear. And echoing Councillor Harris's comments, I think it's really important that you keep talking to your elected members at state and federal and local level, just talking to people and raising awareness. So thank you very much, everybody. And
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Lloyd and anyone else in the gallery, if you're here tonight for the item regarding the phone tower on the Crowley site, the proposal, that is all we'll be talking about that tonight. So you're more than welcome to stay for the entire balance of the meeting. But if you want to get home to groom the cat or water the succulents, we'd perfectly understand if you left now. So, Thank you very much. We have two deputations, as I said, and I'll call Mr. Nick Harley to come forward to talk to us about traffic control on Burwood Avenue, Nailsworth. And also have a slide presentation, I understand. So he's getting that teed up.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. I'll start this while it's being brought
I
up.
just hang on a tick.
Okay.
I admire your enthusiasm, but
Process.
yeah. And you can stand if you want to do during your
Okay.
presentation, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
We'll just get this squared away. I've got to have our valuable minute secretary back. in the
Oh,
chair.
okay.
Yeah. And for the purposes of the minutes, could you state your name and address?
My name's Nick Harley. I live at 33 Burwood Avenue now.
Terrific. Okay, 5 minutes starts now.
Right. Is it on the screen? No. Well,
I won't stay here 5 minutes until it is. Sorry. Pretty boring presentation so far. We'll get you fixed up first.
there we go. Excellent. Right.
Okay, far away.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to this issue. I would like to speak to you this evening about speed control on Burwood Avenue. As I said, I'm Nick Harley. My job is project manager of the carbon capture and storage project at Santos. And for what it's worth, by the way, I love living in this council area. I think the leadership of this council has done a fantastic job with Prospect Road and general community feeling. And so my family and I absolutely love living here. So I'm keen to contribute to, I guess, the ever improvement of the area, hence why I'm bringing up this issue this evening. So essentially, Nailsworth is the only wide street in the area, and it's connected to a main road with no physical speed control. And so what this means is we have really high volume of traffic for a suburban road. We have speeding and we have a lot of noise. And the reason I know this is I have a toddler who doesn't go to sleep, and I spend almost every evening walking up and down the street trying to get him to sleep. So I see the tremendous sort of volumes of cars coming down the road, and a number of them are speeding, and even just the number is creating a lot of noise. So I'm looking to the benefits of some sort of physical speed control would be increased safety for the residents. Even if I think about 2 houses either side of mine and across the road, out of the 8 houses, 6 or 7 have families with young kids, so let alone the rest of the street. It's really important for me, and I think the other residents, that we create a street where the kids are safe to walk out on the footpath without fear of being hit by a speeding car. Obviously, controlling the traffic also increases house prices and improves the council area. So I wanted to try and demonstrate, I guess, that how much a standout issue it is for Burwood Avenue. So what I've done is I've taken a snapshot of the map of the area, and first of all, I've highlighted the streets that have physical speed control. They've either got speed bumps or they've got the chicanes, the raised chicanes. And you can see there, there's a number on the Prospect side. There's a couple of key ones on the Nailsworth side, which have obviously been put there to control traffic flow, particularly Harvey Street here, which is an obvious conduit for traffic from Main North Road across to Northeast Road. So they're the streets with the physical controls already. If I overlay that by highlighting the streets that are just narrow, and so they don't need the physical speed control because you have to drive safely down those streets, otherwise you crash into parked cars. The only street that is not highlighted in this area is Burwood. And then you can also see how Burwood is connected to a number of other streets with no speed control. So what happens naturally is we get, just by natural human behaviour, you always drive down the street without traffic controls, and that is wide. And so we get a large number of cars that will come down here. They then go either way up Derlinger, or they go down north, which then goes up and down Harvey, and then further across all the way. So you can see there, it's a conduit into the whole area, and it's even a conduit over the Thorway and then onto Northeast Road. And so this, you can see how with the way that the streets are designed, it would make sense that there are large volumes of traffic, and that's certainly my experience and the other residents' experience. So highlighting that there. So what would we propose? A chicane style speed control. It's attractive. it's consistent with how it's done across other areas, in particular this side of Prospect here. It can be done so there's extra plants planted around there. It really lifts the whole street. In fact, I think you can think of Pintor Avenue and some of the others which have this. It really lifts the aesthetics of the whole street. Plus, it controls traffic and controls the speed of the traffic. So I think I would like to see if there's a way of proposing.
1 minute if you need it.
If there's a way of proposing this speed control for Burwood, and really all I'm asking is that it's brought in line to the other streets in the area. So thank you very much.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. All righty. Now, as per before, just stay there for a minute, see if there's any questions from elected members. Are there any? Councillor Rip.
Have you actually approached, I guess, all the other residents on the street to ask their views and what's the response been like?
Yeah, without formally having a petition and capturing the responses, yes, I have, and there's general feeling that the traffic is too high and people speed down there. And I acknowledge that there's a 40 kilometre speed limit coming, but I think the issue is that there's a 51 at the moment, and there's a bunch of cars that are not meeting that. Plus, it's not just about the speed; it's about the volume of the traffic.
So it's chicane as well.
You know, potentially that's something I could engage more with the residents, which I'd be very happy to do. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Group.
Thank you. Actually, my question is almost what you've already answered, but I will ask it again. So the 40 km/h zone has been implemented. Have you seen any impact from that implementation?
No. Not that I've observed, without having data.
Yeah. If I could ask, I would ask a director about the traffic counts that are happening there. I believe that there has been some happening in the last couple of weeks, so I might ask that in our next section because that would be appropriate.
Good point.
Yeah, I thought so. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor.
We've got a couple of mechanisms that we can, I'm not sure this is a question, but we've got
It's a really good time in this questions only bit to ask a question.
okay, well, I'll turn it to a question. Have we considered putting our speed trailer, or has our speed trailer been in Burwood?
Questions for
Avenue?
the deputy, not questions for staff.
Have you seen a rather curious looking trailer with a big sign on it saying you are now travelling this fast in your street recently?
I don't recall seeing that. I have seen it in other areas.
Yeah.
I've been looking at it since 2016, so maybe.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, in your observations, have you observed if the traffic may be other car yards around the area?
There is some, because there are trucks that will pull up down the street to unload the cars and then take it back to the car yards. But I'm talking about a time like 7 p.m. at night, which is sleep, and yeah, obviously they're not going to be unloading at that point. So the traffic could be because of some of that, but it's not just that.
And,
Councillor.
I'm not sure you may be aware or not aware, or are you aware, that council has recently been workshopping traffic management, parking, and looking at policies, and so.
Not aware of that.
Take that as a heads up. Thank you. Councillor Harris.
I'm sure you have noticed, but I'm just going to ask you the same question. When you drew your map, you put the continuation from Burwood into North, and that was originally used to go into Redden and Rutherglen at the end, which are now closed off.
Yeah.
We've actually, do you know that we've actually put up speed testing that has actually showed Burwood Avenue with a less traffic now since that's been there?
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that.
That's all right. And I don't know, and I'm not allowed to ask the staff at this moment, but when we've done that, and it has shown quite a considerable drop.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it showed any difference at the speed.
Yeah, and I would respectfully request that the comparison is done between Burwood and neighbouring streets.
Yeah.
So seeing a reduction is fantastic, but I think the comparison that makes sense, I believe, is to compare that with the traffic down other neighbouring streets and make sure that's.
Anything further, Councillor Harris? No, Councillor Backer.
Yeah, Yeah, thanks for your excellent presentation. And I know you've been in touch with me before, and
Yes.
I've been in touch with infrastructure and all the rest of it. So you haven't got a petition yet, and that would be really interesting. The other thing, do you think there'd be resistance from people having the actual controls in front of their house? Because that's one of the things we come up against. They want it in the street, but they don't want it in front of their house. Do you see that being an issue?
Well, I personally don't know. I think you've seen that before. I think I will acknowledge this chicane is a personal proposal, but I'm more than happy to go and consult with the street and see what comes out of that. And actually, I don't really mind that much between the humps or the chicane. But what I do like is that we take the opportunity to put in additional plants and everything surrounding it. Adds to the greenery.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I will just,
Councillor Harris?
only because Alan asked, do you realise, and it's quite a few years ago now, and there still isn't, so do you realise actually when I suggested to put in 2010 must have been, or thereabout, and suggestion was to put various chicanes and we got the bumps, and not many people were happy about in front of their houses. Are you aware of that? Just thought I'd throw this in there.
Definitely am now.
But it doesn't mean that people will change.
I could rephrase it. Were you aware that as elected members, we got smashed to a pulp when we proposed those types of things? But hey, things move on. And I guess the other question I can ask is, are you aware? Thank you for your map showing all the stuff in Central Prospect. It's got some history to why that happened.
Yeah.
This side of Prospect Road, are you aware that when the 40K zone was put in, that was a strong preference to people against virtually any chicanes or bumps or interventions? There's virtually none on this side of Prospect Road. Were you aware of that?
No. And look, I will gladly take the action to consult formally with the rest of the residents in the street. I just take note of it. I think that the way that the situation is such over that side, that because it is the only street with no traffic control, human behaviour is then such that it gets funneled down that road. You know, if you had a situation where maybe none of the streets had traffic control, then that would probably allow for sort of fairly even distribution of the traffic. But I think the street.
Yeah, Councillor Group.
Sorry, just two other questions. If you had the choice between speed or traffic in terms of dealing with one or the other, which would you prefer to deal with?
Probably traffic, so I take a punt, but I'd also deal with the speed.
And have you thought about other options other than chicanes and bumps, such as, for example, it is a wide street.
Yeah.
I'm sure that our technical experts will say this is impossible, but you know, for example, you could have trees down the middle of the street.
I like anything that's sort of got that green-based approach. I was actually going to commend the greenery that's been planted on Main North Road in between Burwood and Ellen Street. I think that's fantastic. In terms of other options, it could turn into a toll road with residents being exempt.
Of course.
Yeah. But otherwise, I think there's actually a lot of evidence to suggest the more greenery you plant on the streets, it does actually just naturally. Yeah, so I'd be also supportive. It's a bit for
Any further questions? Congratulations, I cannot, you've answered 13 questions. Well done. It's a record. Thank you very much for your deputation. There are no motions or notice listed that item, but you might want to hang around for the next item, which is questions without notice, and there may be some elected members who want to take up their questions they couldn't ask you for the staff. Other than that, we'd welcome you to stay for the rest of the meeting if you wish to. All right. Okay, thank you.
Bring your daughter and she'll probably go to sleep.
Come down now. We are now on questions without notice. Are there any? Councillor Group.
I've got a couple. I might start with the first one. I've had a request from a resident in relation to Larwood Lane. The question is whether we have an ongoing maintenance program for Larwood Lane, or whether we don't. It's looking a little forlorn at the moment. Great weed growth, but not much else.
Okay, CEO.
Through you, Chair, to the Acting Director.
Through the mayor, I'm going to have to take that on notice. Sorry, I'm not aware of it. Lane. It's certainly part of our routine, this spraying program, we do basic maintenance, but I can put that to you on actual details of last time. any work was actually undertaken.
That's good, thank you. Second question is, could I get an update if there is any on the approval of the Audi development at 108 Maynooth Road? Prospect.
Yeah.
Once again, Chair, through you to
Chair, I don't believe it's been heard by SCAP.
Hasn't yet.
I could be wrong, but
By memo. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Question 3, can I ask, when was the last time we did a traffic and speed count in Burwood Avenue?
CEO, you've been out there. We prefer that.
I probably should actually refer to the acting director.
I believe the last speed count was done 2 years ago. 2.5 years ago, so I don't have the exact date. It was a while back. The speed count at the time, I think, was covered volumes of about 1,650 vehicles, 80% off speed of about 52 kilometres an hour in the 50 zone, and an average speed of about 45 kilometres an hour. It is booked into our list to actually do a new assessment. We probably won't complete that until after the school holidays, though, so we get a more honest, open type appraisal of vehicle numbers, vehicle speed. At this point, just in regard to that, I estimate that we probably more than likely, at least in regard to speed issues that would arise as a result of that assessment. Come late July, we have probably done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Following that question is, do we have contemporary traffic and speed counts on all of our streets and prospects? Or is there a plan to do so?
CEO.
Through you again, Chair.
Through the mayor, or through the chair.
Both today.
Both. That's all right. Yes, we are expanding our data collection on traffic counts, particularly through the village heart. We've actually developed a program to do every road along Prospect offshoot to Prospect Road over the next few months, in particular, just to actually ensure we understand what's going on. The idea is we've found a low-cost contract, so we're actually expanding it out a little bit quicker than we normally would, to ensure we've got current information, especially with the rollout of 40 hours on the base level understanding of what's going on and what impact we're having.
Thank you.
And my last question is it possible to get an update on the progress of my motion on traffic management throughout the city, which has been ongoing for some time?
CEO.
Again, Chair, just to the acting director through you.
Acting director.
I won't get to any questions.
Sorry, I'm going to have to take that on notice. So I'll give you a detailed response. I'll get that to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to, I'll ask a question without notice on the back of Councillor Groot's 1, 2, 3, third question. Burwood Avenue, you rattle off that the vehicle count was 1,650, was it?
Yeah.
Our current policy, subject to review, it says that we won't intervene in the street in any real way unless the count's over 1,500. So Burwood being over 1,500, does that trigger a process in your mind?
Through you, in my opinion, we'll see if there's been any change to the vehicle numbers. I note with the new speed zone, though, we're unlikely to recommend interventions such as speed humps or other traffic control narrowing. It's not really appropriate to that speed zone. We'd actually look for the speed zone itself to act as the discouragement and actually policing action in the first instance.
Okay, but just specifically with reference to the policy, that the question was, does that trigger some process because it's over that 1,500?
Yes, we can look further at what that would mean.
Okay. Yeah. That's okay. That's all we need for now. Thank you. Any further questions without notice? I'll go to Deputy Mayor first and then come to Councillor Harris.
So sort of on the back of the Mayor's question, on the back of the Deputy Mayor's question and related to this topic, it was a good point by the Deputy that, and reinforced by you, Mayor, I guess, that over this side of Prospect Road, we don't have many streets at all with speed humps and interventions, and we seen to have a reasonable spread of the flow of the traffic. On the back of implementing the 40 km/h zone across the city, have we got plans to consider de-intervening the streets that have speed humps and chicanes and the like? Because it might be that the 40 km/h zone spread widely, we kind of spread the load a little bit more.
So, yeah, strangely enough, I can answer that, Chair.
Sorry, Vince.
Sorry, Acting Director. The short answer is yes. Over a period of time, we would look to reduce the need for that intervention.
So is that there'll be a program of works to remove them, or we'll investigate the impact of the
As
40
they
km/h
fail,
zone?
we would review whether we should replace them.
Okay, thank you. Anything further?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Almost 3/4 answered. My question is, unless it's in tonight's budget, what stage are we at from the 2.5 year ago proposal to get rid of the safety devices at the end of Balfour and Howard Street?
To
What
remove them.
stage are we at?
CEO.
I might have to refer that one to the long-suffering Acting Director.
Through the mayor, I'll have to take on notice to give detailed answer to that. At this point in time, I would suggest though that we would remove those controls until we're undertaking roadworks at that location. So we wouldn't actually invest funds without secondary works actually driving the operation.
Thank you. Councillor, anything further?
Just then, are you aware, that's a question, isn't it? Are you aware, I think we gave the people the answer that it was going to be changed, or removed, but changed 18 months ago.
CEO.
I'm not aware, but Acting Director, what's your understanding? Sorry, through you, Chair.
Through the mayor, yeah, apologies, I'm not aware of that previous conversation. I'm happy to look into that and ensure we pull that out in the open and ensure we take appropriate actions against any historic.
Thank you. Any further questions, that Deputy Mayor?
I've got a question not about traffic. Refreshing.
Ah,
From time to time, I believe we've received a report, I think through the CEO, of the status of open motions. Unless I've missed something, I don't know whether we've received that report for a while. Am I making things up, or is that something that we remember happening?
It's available on the website, but in terms of a report to council, CEO, what's the status of that?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the work in progress report or the?
So motions that have been tabled at a meeting,
Sure.
where are they at?
My understanding they're contained within our work in progress report that's just been updated. I could be wrong. Rob, you know? Through you,
Correct,
Chair.
that has been sent to, through the chair, that has been sent to, that thing's not, I'm not sure, but I'm happy to follow up with the relevant officer. To make sure that it's circulated into the board pattern, circulated legally.
Thank you.
And second part of the question, given that some motions may have been voted upon and approved quite some time ago, but not actioned, is it suitable to, is there any way of sort of retro putting in a date to a motion to actually get something happening, or is that just not really something which can be done?
CEO.
Through you, Chair, when we review those matters, we'll certainly look at what dates, whether they had dates on them, where they're at, and certainly they should be updated. So we'll come back.
I think just from the chair, as a matter of principle, if the elected members aren't happy with progress against an item, they're entitled to say so. They're also entitled to move a new motion asking for that item to be updated. So don't lose control of the resolutions. You're entitled to know where they're at and to ask for something different if you're not happy. Any further questions about those? Councillor Rick?
Yep, can I just double check, in terms of the traffic and speed count on Burwood Avenue, was that street actually looked at all as part of the review into Collingwood Stage 1 for traffic management? When we decided to make that decision permanent, was Burwood Avenue one of the streets looked at for traffic speed and counted, I guess, for impact?
I recall, North definitely was, CEO, wish to refer that.
Yes, I will, because I can't recall.
Acting
through you,
Director.
Chair.
Further there, interesting enough, I do recall the road name coming up as part of those conversations, but I'm unable to give you detail right now. I'm happy to come back to you with an outline of what actually what's the impact or success of that.
Thank you. Any further questions without notice? Councillor
We
Rick?
have three more, sorry. I want to the council group. 40 kilometre signage. I've had a couple of residents ask, have we rolled out all the signage and is there any more signage to come in the city? Because I've had a bit of feedback that they're not thinking there's enough.
CEO?
Again, through you, Chair, to the Director.
Director.
Through the mayor. Yes, all signage has been rolled out at this point. Basically, the signage has been rolled out at every change in speed zone into the 40 kilometre an hour area. A couple of bits of feedback we've received are where there's multiple roads that are connecting that are at the 40 kilometre an hour zone, but people have actually requested second and third reminders of the signs. So that's the only issue we've actually identified at this point. Those signs aren't actually legally required. People need to know when they're in the 40 zone, but that's really the only negative feedback we've had in regard to the signage at this point. And if you want us to roll out additional signage, we can, but it loses impact over time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rick?
Yeah, another question, sorry. ABC building, obviously we've had success and I've seen through the Prospect Residents Association that opposite the ABC building, finally after the residents have been put up with a dilapidated building for many years, that building is now gone, which is great. All the eyesore is gone, as the residents have said to me. And I know Alan, Councillor Harris would have had correspondence about that building over time as well. Now that it's gone, is there any plans for any development at this stage on that site? So the site that's actually
There's been 3 approvals, but I'm assuming the latest one is out of time, out of currency. I'm getting a nod. Acting CEO.
Can I refer that through you, Chair, to the Director?
Through the chair, that is correct. There's been 3 approvals, certainly in my time, since the corridor zoning has come into effect. I'm pretty sure all of them would have lapsed by.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
There's
too.
no live approval for the site
So-
other than the demolition, which was only recently approved as a separate application, which is sometimes a good sign.
Would you be able to confirm that by memo to us, if that's okay? Thank
could
you.
it be could the memo be written in the way that we could convey that? Because I've got a couple of resident inquiries that seem to have come to me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if that can go,
Yep.
yeah, wording that could be used, that'd be great.
And your 4th question?
Yeah, fourth and final question. Broadview Oval, on the 19th of January, was my understanding at our council meeting that we obviously endorsed the master plan for the site, and we also endorsed obviously the concept plan for endorsement, which was the centre wing as a preferred location. Is that definitely locked in as a centre wing for our location? Because I've had some residents obviously come back to me saying they still don't want it there. Well, I'm obviously of the view that I'm backing my decision on the 19th of January, that's the centre wing location, but I just wanted to confirm that is definitely locked in as the location.
CEO.
That's my recollection, Chair. I just would want to confirm that with the Acting Director. Acting Director.
Yes, your direction from that meeting is.
And that's clear in your mind that we've made that decision?
Yeah, sorry, there was a plan attached, I believe. There was clear resolution, so it's.
That's a format, a couple of
I think, sorry to ask for another memo, it would be good if you could go back and check and make sure that you're happy. Some residents, I agree, have asked whether there's further consultation about the siting. So if you could just come back, let us know what you think the status is. If we need to have another decision, we will, but please, if you think it's done, let us
My
know.
understanding is it is done, but we'll
Yeah.
confirm it.
Doesn't mean we can't change it, but let us
No,
know where you think
confirm
it's
that.
at
Yeah.
right now. Okay, thank you. Any further questions without notice? Sure. Well, you haven't broken a record, so 14, so
How many more?
what's the record? 14. Moving on, item 10. 10.1, and can I, council representation review consultation results on initial options paper. Can I welcome Felice D'Agostino and her colleague, I think, to the table up here. There's 2 seats. COVID safe. No Glen 20 left, I'm afraid, but consider them safer than airport lounge seats. Thank you for coming. And now our friends from Normal Waterhouse are our consultants on this. As you are aware, members, they're not here to do a presentation. They are here to answer questions, should there be any, to facilitate an answer to the gap in part 5 of the recommendation. I'm sure you understand that in brackets, insert option X is not one of the options. We need to choose an option. I propose to that we suspend meeting procedures. It's now 8 o'clock. I think until 8:30. Not just have a show of hands to suspend meeting procedures until 8:30. All those in favour? It's thus done unanimously. Thank you. And I'm not sure who wants to open the batting, but perhaps I will, just to get the show on the road. The consultation offered people lots and lots of options. The report makes it clear that there's not a huge sentiment for change. It seems that there are 3 options left for us to look at, and it might be best to start with the key issues. And I think the key issue in question is whether we have 6 or 8 councillors, and then whether we have 4 or 2 wards to be more popular of the options. I will wait for Councillor Harris to get back, because I think the east of the city is always in consideration whenever we do these reviews. So does anybody want to start the batting on that? And the sentiment I've heard from people is that they think it's okay as it is. It's probably where they're at. So yeah, Rob.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think I agree with what you said. We haven't had a lot of responses, clearly. 18 for the survey and 4 physical, so that's not a huge number, but I take it from the ones I've read that they have the status quo. Where it's like, it's not broken, why fix it? So I agree with what the mayor's just said. I think the sentiment is to go with option 1. The other couple a bit closer, but that's my take of it anyway.
Okay, thank you. Alison, you had your hand up.
Yeah, look, similar to Councillor Harris, I think just reading from some of the correspondence, and certainly, people in the streets, this was say are the cost of local government, but I think they like the fact that they're represented. Probably the only thing I would say, I think the Residents Association made some really good points that they appreciate the level of representation. Sometimes on the east, certainly in the central ward, which is represented by the Circle Group, there's something you get these communities of interest or whatever, and certainly I acknowledge that there's sometimes can be a disconnect, and I think that's just certainly also people putting their hands up. So I'll certainly be encouraging people from all across our ward to get involved in local government next elections, and I think that's probably one of the solutions to get more about your little tiny precincts. There's lots of precincts even within wards, so I'm quite comfortable with the report, and I'll be interested to certainly the level of representation.
8 versus 6. Happy with the 8
versus 6, and that certainly came through in some of the feedback. As far as whether it's 4 or 2.
Yep. Okay. We'll deal with the 8 versus 6 first, and come to the shape next. Anyone got a strong view one way or the other on the 8 versus the 6? Christina?
Oh, my strong view is, I think quite clearly, the overall from what I can judge feedback is to keep it as it is. I think the only thing for that is I think it's the Residents Association, and they were the only one suggested it should be an odd number. So, but I certainly want to drop it in more than what it is. I think we can see on the page 9 there that traffic quite well with the other 2 comparable councils, given that we are unique and really be compared. Yes, so that's my initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Look, fairly similar. I'm happy with the 8. I didn't mind the little nuance. I didn't agree with everything the PRA said, but I don't mind the little nuance of an area council. I've said this before in our meetings. I'd be really comfortable to go to 6 plus 2 area councils. Just a bit of a different complexity to our meetings and to how we operate. But at the end of the day, happy with 8. I mean, nothing is broken. I don't think we have to fix anything. I'm comfortable with 8.
Steve?
Very comfortable with 8, and maybe, again, some of the low responses also people that don't have a real bugbear, they're not coming at numbers to state that they have a bugbear, so I'll take that as that they're happy with the 8, and I think it works well. And it's very dangerous to start going less than 8. If 1 or 2 people are apology, it throws the whole meeting out of whack, and then decisions are being made by too few people. I think 8's the right balance, and I'd be supporting 8.
Just to the resident association point around an odd number, we've got a mechanism for dealing with tied votes as it is, so I don't think there's any need to make a wholesale change on that basis only. And then I guess anecdotally with consultation, it tends to bring people to the service who are dissatisfied. And so I don't think we've consulted widely and we haven't brought the dissatisfaction to the surface. People who are generally happy with what's going on don't tend to participate in these things, and we've seen that with consultation processes to do with Broadview Oval, to do with all sorts of aspects of our city. So yeah, I was looking for a lot of people, you know, being unhappy with the current model, and we haven't got that. So on that basis, I'm comfortable being guided pretty much by what our residents have said.
Okay. Alan?
Yes, couple of things there, but don't change it. I don't actually always agree with that. Sometimes things keep going because someone else is controlling them, so I don't believe with that. But I believe the 8, listening to what people said, the people that I've spoken to, and why I personally would love to bring Area 4 back into Ellen Street and take back Burwood Avenue and a few others that we had. I think that was good, but then again, I might be retired next one, so it doesn't matter. It just fits in with the school and a whole lot of areas that kids that that comes from that sort of area. But the important thing about having the Area 3 come into Narsworth, come into our thing and not interfere, come into our side, there is a belief over the other side of the barbed wire that we're one area and people forget about us and all that. So by having that bit that comes in, actually breaks that myth a bit. Story I tell, breaks that myth a bit that it's still part of the whole lot, and there is a group of people, in this case 2 good councillors here, that fits into that side. So in one breath, I'd like to see Main North Road being a whole ward on that side, but I think against what I believe, it helps to just share. Maybe we could get a bit of Walkerville. Steve could come back. But in the meanwhile, I'm glad of putting up option 1. That's the only alternative. I didn't say I'd vote you.
But then again, you could be John Farnham. Is he going to retire or is he not?
So option 1 would be the one. I listened to a lot of the things, and actually with one councillor here, Barnett, have been through this a couple of times, and David, like the mayor as well, coming, but permanently along from big sort of things, I feel this is a fairly comfortable way, and the people that ask me questions, they contact me, and comes from the shopping centre and that, so I support going out as option 1 and staying as is.
Okay. Christine?
Nobody else. I'd just like to pick up on about this thing about area council. Because quite frankly, we did away with them years ago. I think if you retrograde step to bring back something like that, under the Local Government Act, we all have responsibility for the whole area. I think the ward thing works because you know, you can have a bit of a patch. Usually most of the ward councillors live in the ward and, you know, have that sort of that feel for the, you know, what's yeah, so so I just think it's a rich way step really go back what's done away with years ago. I mean, I could see if we were like on Kringa or somewhere like that, you know, I think some of the ordinary areas
This is my perspective, just so everyone's had a bit of a go, except we are, in terms of the ratios, we are absolutely overrepresented. There's no denying that. But in the absence of any push to force us to adopt some representation model per capita, I don't see any reason to change. I think the number 9 works pretty well. I really like the diversity of views that we have around the table here. I think 7 would work. It works elsewhere. But if we have 1 or 2 away, that number starts to make me a bit nervous. I think with 9 of us, even if we've had people away and people sick and whatever, we've never got to a number where we thought we can't progress the business of council even at a workshop. And I think that just tends to bolster my thoughts that I think it works fine and it doesn't need to be challenged. In terms of the area councillor, I agree with Christine. I think that would be tricky for that person versus others on the council. There's only one council in Metro that has a mixed model, and that's Adelaide City Council. And I'm not sure that I'm confident that even they would say that's a good model. In some ways, they'd be better off trying to carve off the CBD office sector as a ward rather than have area councils that they think can work right across the council. But I'm not telling them how to suck eggs. I think it just creates a very difficult dynamic. There's 4, it's 2 or 4 or something. So yeah, it's a reasonable number. They got 12 altogether. So that's the only model that's mixed. Everyone else either has all ward councillors or all area councillors. And my view on wards, I think they work okay, but every council bar one that has no wards is in the country areas and has geography far greater than ours and survive very well. And none of them want to go back to wards, but that's just how it is. That's not an option before us. In terms of the ward split, I take Alan's point that this notion of East of Maynooth Road being a separate ward was explored in the options, but it's actually quite difficult to make it work in an even-handed way. It gets really clunky and clumsy perhaps around the numbers. And I just kind of looked at it and think it's very good we had 27 options to look at, 11 options to look at. With all due respect, it was only 11. But it did make us think hard about how that could work and what impacts it had. And we weren't really excited about it. And obviously the respondents weren't very excited either. And I think that's fair. It seems to me that there's no strong argument to do other than option 1. I'm now going to come back and just see, is anybody advocating for anything other than option 1? And before I go for answers, then I'll look at where the boundaries within it should be. And I might need to come to you first about numbers and potential for growth and that sort of stuff. So first of all, is anybody arguing against option 1 being the model we go forward with? Okay, all right. Well, let's talk about the boundaries. There's been a bit of commentary around the revised boundaries on 3 and 4. Stevenson, DeLanger. Any comment from the ward councillors that's impacted by that? Is that workable, not workable? Alan? Option 1, page 10. We can get it up on the screen if we can, Jasmine, it's okay. Page 10, if you've got it handy.
They're not changing.
They're the same?
Yeah, they're the same.
Okay, so good. That question, thank you.
But I wanted to make a comment on that.
I don't deal with wards so much, so elected by everybody. Alan.
I wanted to make a comment on that, which I made previous. I'd like to see it going back to us, but I'm not pushing that in any way. But Stephen Street, those people that know it, it's actually a little single one-way street. It's a very small street. And I honestly think to run things, because I get lots of questions, it's one of my big areas of questions, that because it's a one-way small street, I believe both sides of Stephen Street should be part of area 4. So normally, like if you got the Langer, it's a divided thing, and Maynooth Road is divided. As a practical thing for houses, and I'm not going to say go to the other way, but it's just that small street that really fits in, and it could be just both sides of Stephen Street could be in the nails.
Other comments? Felice, you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. If I may, it is most of the boundaries, probably all of the boundaries of the wards do run down the middle of streets. I don't think it would make any huge difference in terms of ratios to have all of Stevenson Street in Ward 4, but it is a bit of a departure compared to boundaries in for other wards that do run down the middle of the street.
Is there any?
Can I just make one edit? While taking that on board, I've got a councillor here that's in agree bit number 3. So if you go to Delanga, Allison's side is the traffic's going that way. Allen's side, the traffic's going that way. If you go to any of the others where the traffic's going this way, traffic's going, and it's a real division in that street. The Stephen Street is just that single lane, a very single lane, and quite often the car yards go the wrong way.
Yeah.
Single lane, but I think it is a bit more unique, different than all the others. So that's,
So,
I'm just saying.
so you're suggesting the southern fences of the Stevenson properties?
Go into the Nailsworth.
Yeah.
Oh,
So where are you proposing the boundary
well,
would
so
be?
they're both, so it'd be same as Third Avenue, the back of the fence.
Yeah, so the southern fence of the southern, sorry,
Yeah.
southern,
Yeah,
southern properties on
southern,
Stevenson. Yeah,
Two southern.
yeah.
No,
Right. Any objection to that? I agree, it's an unusual little street.
I don't have a problem with it, and even like with Delanga, on my side of the street, a lot of the residents are dead. It's the cemetery. So,
No one lives there?
No one lives there.
Yeah.
I still do not.
Yeah, so I mean.
Wasting your time, you're wasting your time, councillor.
But in all seriousness, I think, certainly just the things we see before us tonight, when you've actually got a street coming forward with traffic problems and issues like that, there is confusion because often it tends to be, that has to be collaborative in many ways. So I can see the challenges in having a split road in where, because at the end of the day, a lot of people who live in a street identify with the street. And it is confusing if your neighbour across the road seems to be talking to a different council.
Okay.
So I certainly would echo that it would be better if a whole road was in one ward, but because of the proportions of the minuscule
we'll come to that.
percentages,
Yep, we'll come to that in a moment.
Yep.
Mark is one of the other ward councillors that affects.
Yeah, thank you, my fellow councillor, for taking about 4 votes away from me in that street. No, I'm joking.
There's a hell of a lot more in that street, so where are the others going?
No, I don't know. Just my desire for consistency. I think it's arbitrary as to where the boundary sits, but I just wonder whether we should pursue this notion of, do we have whole streets in one ward? I don't think it's a bad approach at all.
Yeah.
I just think if we're going to do it for one, notwithstanding that is an unusual street. Notwithstanding that, I think we probably should look at the whole street
As a principle.
As a principle, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, which is probably going to throw the consultants into a bit of tears, but from a numbers point of view. But I think that would make more sense, because I think trying to tell that story for one street, not the others, will be difficult.
Yeah, and look, it's not impossible, but let's hear from the consultants about that suggestion that it be a general policy rather than that street.
The only, in terms of numbers, I'm just wondering if, particularly Main North Road, some of the bigger roads, if we move all of the residents from one ward into another.
We're probably excluding the main roads, I'd say.
Excluding the main
Yeah,
roads then,
just the
okay,
side
so we're really
streets,
just talking about Stevenson Street, Delanga, Beatrice and Johns.
Are we talking Delanga? Was there some talk before about that not being such an issue?
I just said it's a different road. That's what I was comparing.
It's a
because
two-way.
the nature of the road is
Yeah.
different. So
So-
it's not much an issue. You're saying there's issues along the whole of Stevenson where you actually get, I suppose, a collective. They would like to deal with one person. They can deal with both of us, but there is.
Okay, so perhaps not Delanga, but if we look at Johns and Beatrice, for instance, the back fences on those are easy, except Johns going south is a bit mucky because of the side streets. Can you perhaps if we turn our mind to the potential for growth in wards 1 and 2, and that might help us resolve where this should be. What should we or could we do about wards 1 and 2 to reflect that growth?
Well, we do have in Ward 1, the variance at the moment is 5.62, and Ward 2, the variance is 4.81. So there is scope, there is room there for growth. It can tolerate some growth there before it gets to the 10%, which is where you need to make changes. And of course, if there is if you reach that 10% variance before your next review, that doesn't trigger that you need to do a review, but it will just mean at your next review in 7-8 years' time, you will have to make a change. So there were options that did address those variances, growth, and what might be better options in terms of growth. But in terms of the numbers that are estimated for growth, it can tolerate some growth, wards 1 and 2. It's really going to depend on exactly how much growth ends up happening.
If we shifted the boundary between wards 1 and 2 to reduce 2's numbers, if we change the boundary to the southern fences, the Beatrice Street properties, it'd take about 50 houses out, maybe 70 voters. It's not a lot. Not sure. 80 on that side. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was 10 out. What does that do to the percentages?
80, taking 80 out of Ward 1, did we say?
Out of Ward 2.
Out of Ward 2. Yeah. And putting them in Ward.
We'll just work on Ward 2 for a minute.
It should be the other way around.
It should be, but it wouldn't break the 10% tolerance.
Ward 2 is the one that's still lower.
Yeah, so
I'll
Ward
get
1
to
is-
Ward 1 in a second.
Yeah, so if we took 80,
We took 80 off of Ward 2.
we're going to crunch those numbers now. And at the moment, there's 3,917 electors,
So bring
and
that
that
to
gives us
3,800 or something. Okay, so about
just take out 80, so 3,917 minus 80.
About 2.5% under, just brings it a little bit closer. Then if Ward 1 is getting slightly bigger on the western side, it needs to get quite a bit smaller on the eastern side. So the boundary wouldn't be Johns Road, it would be Farrant Street, or a fence around maybe between Farrant and Gordon Street, Gordon Road. And then Ward 3 gets a little bit bigger. See what I mean?
So
That's the
taking
only
out-
way of doing it.
We remove 80 electors from Ward 2. That brings the variance down from 4.81 to 2.7.
Right, which gives it more room for growth.
Does give
But then
growth.
Ward 1 becomes a bit of a funny shape then, because that has to, Johns Road would have to go up maybe to Percy Street to even the numbers out and to provide for growth.
And we do have in one of the options, we might be able to look at what that number is, where we have the boundary along Percy for Ward 1 and along Beatrice. And that has a quite a lot.
Yep.
Quite a lot of people in that.
So that would easily make Ward 1 slightly under perhaps, or on the mark, but ready for growth. So councillors, I'm just trying to play with some numbers there to help you understand that if we provide direction to the CEO and the consultants to even out the wards, because 1 and 2 are a little bit overcooked at the moment, and they're the ones that have highest potential to gain population, to gain voters in the next 8 years, what will happen is Ward 2 will shrink a bit and Ward 1 will stagger the boundary a bit, and Ward 3 will get a little bit bigger. Now, but if Ward 3 is losing some on Stevenson Street, that's sort of okay. Does that make sense? So what we could say is, we like option 1, but can you please go and tweak the numbers to get them more even to withstand growth we expect in wards 1 and 2 over the next 8 years.
And addressing the fact of the whole streets.
And addressing back fences as a preference to east-west boundaries rather than middle of streets.
Why not north-south roads?
There's only Delanga.
Oh, sorry, why not Delanga?
I'm just going on the advice of the people who work there.
It came from Stevenson Street. I mean,
Sorry.
I don't have any viewpoint on Delanga. It was more just Alan was saying there's a community of interest around Stevenson Street, like the perception is they're part of one ward.
I'm still happy to have the whole Delanga, but I wasn't, it was a different, that's to me a different reasoning than I was using for Stevenson.
But you could do it if Ward 3 is getting a bit bigger because Ward 2 is getting a bit smaller.
Yeah.
On the eastern side of Ward 3, you could
Well,
say
you-
shave off Delanga and give that to Ward 4.
And then we'll take
I just-
Stevenson Street and you can have California.
I know some of those dead people, they will.
I just think in terms of if we're trying to set a principle around,
Yeah.
we do it this way, what we've done in the last 10 minutes is actually made a decision that's different, but then bastardise it by saying, oh, but not this one, not that one. For me,
Sure.
it's just about consistency.
Yep.
I don't really mind which one or
Don't need to
how.
try.
It's
Okay.
arbitrary.
Well, if we're open-minded about Delanga, then we can put it in the mix. So I'll just come back to the principle. Should we ask for an option that looks a lot like option 1, but sorts out the growth we know is coming in wards 1 and 2? Is that
Actually,
correct?
both in Ward 1. I mean, apartments are not exactly the flavour of the month in the economic circumstances.
Renewal to say have just bought that corner and they're going to put in probably 200 residences in there, which is 300 votes. So we know there's more growth coming.
1838 also.
1838's got 2 more stages to go. So you've probably got another 500, 400 voters perhaps over the next 8 years.
So we can shift Ward 2 boundary over into Ward 1 somewhere.
Well, I think Ward 2 is also going to get growth from apartments. Steady, not crazy, but steady over the next 8 years.
But I mean, with crystal ball gazing here, I think just leave it, just have the principle that the roads are split between boundaries and see what happens.
Okay, want some more feedback on that, whether we leave it as it is or whether we ask for it to be tweaked, Matt?
If we're doing it to balance out the numbers, then I'd support it, but if we're doing it because it might appear strange to go down this stretch of the street, then I wouldn't support it because, I mean, if someone came to me and said I live on that side of the road, I wouldn't shoo them away, and we talked about the fact that we represent everybody anyway in general. So yeah, if it's the first one, then it's a practical approach. If it's the second one, I wouldn't be in support of it.
So that's about whether it's back fences or middle of the street.
Yeah.
Do you have a view about whether we anticipate the growth in Ward 1 and in Ward 2?
Oh, if we want to use it as a mechanism to balance the numbers out, then that's a good reason, but the other reason I'm not in support of.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay. Other comments on the 2 issues? I think we had the back fence thing seemed to be a reasonable consensus that made sense. If not, speak up.
I think the back fence thing makes sense. People don't care about wards, they just look at the map and they think, oh, John's Road is blue or green. It's confusion for the people looking at the map, quite frankly. So I think it would be clearer if it was the back fence, because it's easier, you want it easier for the residents.
Okay, and thank you. So that seems there's reasonable consensus around that. What about this notion of wards 1 and 2 changing the shape slightly of all of them to accommodate that growth that we know is coming? Does that make sense?
Shrinking, yes.
Just more nods than not against that. Can I just ask, before we go back into a formal session at 8:30, 8 very soon, basically, CEO, the current structure of the recommendation, perhaps the manager for governance could help, asks us to, in part 5, move something that says insert an option. It will be option 1, I presume, but it says based on option 1. It doesn't strictly direct you here. Have you heard enough for you to know what the sentiment is around that, or would you like us to put more words into part 5 to direct you more on that? What's the, give us some advice?
I think through this year, we would like to see a little bit more wording, so perhaps with a view to Old Streets or whatever the particular
Okay.
notion was, that just perhaps with clarity. Thank you. Tolerant to future growth or whatever.
Cognizant that that might need a bit of wordsmithing. CEO, can I just?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Chair, Felicia, what do you need to advise us?
I think what would be helpful for us, because we'll go away and prepare the representation review report,
Yeah.
is just so we can be clear that what I'm hearing, and you will of course correct me if I'm wrong, is that option one is the basis with modifications around internal ward boundaries being along the back fences of properties rather than down the middle of the street, with the boundary between Ward 1 and Ward 3 shifting to now, is it the northern or southern side of Percy Street?
I don't think we've made a determination on that.
Okay.
I think we've-
Perhaps it can be.
I think it'd be a generic direction at this point without having all the mathematics in front of us that you are asked to even out the ward numbers anticipating growth in wards 1 and 2. And that you would go away and work out what it is. So is that?
Manager governance, are you happy with that? Felicia, is that enough?
Just one question, in terms of the boundary between Ward 1 and 2, was the discussion that there wouldn't be any change other than that boundary going to the northern side of Beatrice Street?
I think we've discussed the sentiment. I'm getting tied up in words. Can I suggest we have a brief adjournment for, say, 5 minutes? We'll get together and try and put some words up for the members to have a look at. It sounds like we've got to give you more specific direction. Okay, so let's do that. Come back at 8:36. All right.
Please don't worry about it, that we stipulate particular street boundaries, but the mathematics shows that's not good, then you'll lock into a resolution, it doesn't make sense.
Well, that's
That there's a preference for the boundaries to.
You can still
back fences rather than center streets, someone needs to start spreading.
Bring it over, take us over.
Question one with a view
No, but
to-
that one is an awkward one.
And the whole streets.
Well, look, I think I probably do have a pretty good understanding of what you're looking for. We can go away and look at where on Percy Street works best, is it the southern or northern side, we can see what works best in terms of numbers. We can look at Beatrice Street, what works best in terms of numbers.
Steve, the only specific thing was that Stevens Street be moved into 4.
That's not going to make any difference to them.
No, it's mine. I think that's the only specific thing. The other one, someone needs to go and do some work. We're not going to do that tonight.
It's not, yeah, that's right, that's fine. I mean, even changing the, that's not going to affect.
So what I need is to turn that intent to.
I'll not jump on now. I'll provide a general to judge it if they see.
All right.
If there's something else, is that all right?
I'll be back in 2 minutes to have a look.
What, yeah, and that's.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty well at big swath.
It needs to be a roll with those because.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not sure. Yeah, well, they used to install a roller in the back, like this north west. And it had a cover. Would it, it might go through the gate between the shed and the Yeah. I don't want to talk too much. It is something which. It'd be great if we resolved it. Or,
Oh, I don't know.
So making mention of those changes.
8:36, Mayor. 1 minute over.
You're ready to go, very good. But only Alan Harris is correctly in his seat.
Westport's ready.
Right.
Stevenson's, yeah. Well, that's peaceful there. Next slide, son.
No, sorry. To the southern boundary, the southerly boundary of Ward 4.
The entire.
Let me see you. We resume our seats.
Yeah.
Or now I'd say, can you resume your seats? Mine being resumed. Deputy Mayor's quite rightly called out, it's already 8:36. A good deputy would be shepherding people.
Start with stuff already. 50 with it.
Well, with that invisible force put around you, you know, like
I haven't met them today. Yeah. I'll check the.
Okay. Thank you, staff. We now have a modified part 5 and an extra part 6. So if you just have a read through that, specifically asking for an option B based on option 1, 4 and 8. Modifications made to internal ward boundaries with a view to facilitating whole streets within wards and allowing for wards which are tolerant to and anticipate future growth. Okay, so it's generic enough that it doesn't tie us to a particular street, but it clearly asks for that issue to be dealt with. Part 6 is a specific street because that was a specific request that no one appeared to argue with, and I, from my knowledge of that street, agree. Everything else stays as per the papers. Any questions? Councillor Green.
I have a question in relation to recommendation 7.
Yep.
Which is the timing around the naming of the wards. Because this is my 3rd rec review, and every time we don't tackle that one, we say we'll just do it in the future. I just wonder whether I move it as an amendment or whether we can do it more appropriately now.
Can I ask it? I'll convert them to a technical question.
Yeah.
As our consultant, police, can you advise us, do we need to lock in the ward names now, or can we change ward names at any time at our discretion?
You can change names at any time at your discretion. And there's just one thing that is relevant to the timeline for this, which is that this all needs to be completed by 31 October. We have another round of consultation that will need to occur once the representation review report is presented to you in July. And so it's quite likely that you won't actually be making a final decision on this until September, I think.
So let's fine tune my question.
Yes.
If we do everything else, and it's still east, west, north, south, central, but the month before nominations open in the 2022 elections, say in August next year before caretaker, is there anything preventing us from changing the ward names at that point? Okay, so if we wanted to get into the next consultation, you've heard the time frame. If you missed that, we can do it any time.
So can I just ask one question that's relevant to that? Do we have to consult on to change the name to the wards?
So I think that's a change to your, that's in section 12 of the local government, it would require a consultation.
So had we had our act together, we could have done that as part of the second consultation.
We haven't done that yet, have we? No. So we can provide direction now for that to be included, which is the answer to your question. To round it, make it all one process.
Well, I just think rather than having to go out for a second consultation just on this, and people say, well, hang on, you did some of this last year, why are you coming out the second time? We may not have the same level of engagement. It just would seem to make sense we could include it in this one process.
So perhaps, Felice, if you just remind us of the timing, when we need to go back out in October at the latest, is that correct?
No, what we need is to have a report to the electoral commissioner by 31 October with the process having been completed.
Right.
So at the July meeting, you consider the representation review report, which will have one preferred option, which is one option that is your preferred option, dealing with all of the issues, number of wards, number of councillors, and then there'll be consultation for 3 weeks on that, and that will come back to you probably in September, I would think, probably not August. Maybe August, that's right, and then you
No,
have
later in September.
In answer to Councillor Brute's question, if we want to have Ghana names for wards, it would be best for us to make that decision at the July meeting, which means, CEO, it's more a question for you. Can you see a way for us to be able to achieve that, knowing the process required to get agreement around names? Is that possible?
I'm getting an indication from the manager government that that would be challenging through your chair to the manager.
In my opinion, yes, and I have to also look towards the director of community planning, given the community and engagement connection aspect to allow for consultation with the appropriate elders and so forth. So I don't know if we'll be able to do that in time.
Back to you, Councillor Group, do you have any further questions with regard to your intent to modify part 7?
We're still out of session.
No, I'm just taking questions on the,
Then I'll have to just reserve my right to make an amendment.
okay, and you've got plenty to
Yeah.
help you there. Okay. Councillor Bunnett, questions on the revised?
So with regard to part 7, have we made any progress on any there were some that was tossed around, and there was one that had a question mark over them.
Okay, so the good question, CEO or Managing Government for Least, have we got a starting position? There have been some proposed names already that have been tested.
Not as far as I'm aware, Chair.
Okay, so that, can I ask if you've run those past anyone in authority over the language? I do remember you have suggested some, yes.
They were discussion with myself and our old man that used to look after us all the time. So, and he had discussed it with his principal.
Okay.
So the only difference is, because I might be quick enough on the machine, the only difference is the central ward, I think, I had a south ward instead of central ward. So north, east and west and the other one. So I've got 3 of the 4.
All right, so informally, CEO, we might have a starting position. Can I just say from the chair, we met with the Ghana representatives today about progressing our Makarrata treaty discussions, and we are having trouble getting the Baindi Kamanku or Kamanku Baindi phrase sorted. The staff have been trying to get that through the university language specialists, and the feedback is it's not that simple. There has been a change in the leadership in that area. There's a move to create a new dictionary for Ghana that is more tuned to what the Ghana people now know and reinterpret the German phonetic recording of their language with a German, obviously, view of the world. And so that's likely to happen over the next year or 2. The new people at the Ghana Language Centre have said, I know what you want to do with this phrase, Bindi Kamanku, but we think there might be a better phrase, so can you just leave it with us? It's been with them for some time. So the reason the staff are apprehensive about getting a simple answer on north, south, east, west or central is that we may find that there's a nervousness in that division to say, you want to lock these names in for a long time, we want to be certain, and at this stage, we're currently a bit more free thinking than that. So we might not get a clear answer. So I'm just trying to be frank with you. That's fresh from today at 2 o'clock. CEO, have I represented that?
Absolutely correctly, Chair.
So just be aware. So sorry, Councillor, thank you, Harris, thank you for your suggestion. Councillor Barnett had the question.
Just a follow-up question on the same thing. Because I just would like to run past the language group whether it would be appropriate. We've already got Panda Yoko for the King Reserve area, which is identifiable for Ward 2. And we've got some of the other ones for Broadview and somewhere else. So,
Yep, Prospect Oval.
yeah, so
It might be another starting point. So you suggest. We'll take that as a suggestion. Thank you. Councillor Backer, have you got any questions on this revised wording?
It's no, not the revised wording, just the designations.
Okay. Yeah, can we get this on the floor first? Councillor Group's busily working away at what he may or may not do, but I think all that's been good information. And I know, so I sense a keenness, and we've heard the timing.
If you could ask him for someone to read the
Yes.
5 and 6, come on, or the whole lot.
No, the whole lot, 1 to 7. Someone happy to move it that way?
It was a race trip, mate, so.
All right, I'll give it. I'll concede. I'll handle.
to councillor De Backer.
I'll-
Thank you, councillor De Backer, just to speak to it.
Thank you for all the effort that's been put and discussions that have been had. Question, and I'm sure there might be some amendments.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett, just to speak to it.
No.
Okay, do I have any further debate? Okay. Councillor Groot, did you wish to speak to it?
I do.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
I would like to propose an amendment I've just sent to the secretary.
Lovely.
I'll just, well, I'll read it out while that's coming up. So to replace section recommendation 7, which is include in the stage 2 consultation process options to co-name ward names in Gallagher language.
Okay. I'll just get the words up so we can see them. And can I just clarify, you're looking at co-naming rather than naming? Can I clarify?
I would be happy with, I'd be happy with naming myself. There has been a convention here in the past that's been co-named. I'm more than happy to move away from the convention and say to name, so just take out co-dash. Let me try that.
So an alternate item 7, include in the stage 2 consultation process options to take out co-dash, name,
No, just name.
oh, no, to name wards in Ghana language.
To name wards in Ghana language, maybe. That's wards with an S.
Yes, yeah, okay. Are you happy with those words?
I'm comfortable with that.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Look, I think one of the things we've shown a lot of leadership, I think, in the past in this council, and I think of 1838's development around naming some of the roads down there. We really pulled that back to the conversation around how we want to use those namings. The name of this building, which was going to be something very different, and we landed on our Indigenous name. We co-named some of our facilities around the place in terms of our ovens and our spaces. I know that the last couple of reviews that we've gone through, we've talked about this, we've never landed it. And I'm hesitant to just push it off to a future wrap or a future process, because the reality is we just won't get to it. And there'll be another council sitting around here in a couple of years' time doing this process saying, hey, what do we think about? I think we should show some leadership in this. Now, whether we get to it in this time frame or not, I accept will be difficult, but I would like to at least have it as part of that process in July when we go back out for consultation to ask the question, because we can at least fulfill some of that obligation around the consultation, and there might be some great options that come up from the community. It sounds like Councillor Harris has already done a bit of work around this and others, and so we do have to use that information we've got as a starting point, and it could be a good starting point to consult on. So I think it just continues our leadership in this space, and I certainly commend the amendment to you.
Thank you. And as is the convention that I've adopted in this chamber, I'll now seek to ask the mover whether she's happy to incorporate that change as an alternate part 7. Councillor De Backer. Are you?
So I was just reading something.
Okay. Are you happy to incorporate that
I'm
change?
happy to incorporate the change, but I do have a question. Can I do that?
No, it's a yes or a no, I'm afraid.
Okay, yes.
It's a yes. And Councillor Barnett, a second. Are you happy to incorporate the change?
Yes. we
Thank you.
change The, K or
There should be capital K.
Whoa. Take that. Now seek leave of the meeting to incorporate the change. All those in favour? Change is incorporated unanimously, and that becomes the motion. So we now are on that motion. Councillor Groot, you probably still have a minute left if you need it, if you wish to speak to the balance of the motion.
I do not wish to speak.
Okay. Do I have any further speakers to the motion? Question, Councillor.
Could be taken parts.
Yes, I can take it in parts.
I'm happy with it overall. I was really keen to see point 7. I respect Councillor Groot's point. I was hoping point 7 would be co-naming. That's just my personal preference on it. I respect that we need to move forward in the space. No, I guess will the staff, question for the staff, with point 7 being whether it's naming or co-naming, are we actually going to be able to deliver on the process in this?
See,
Well, as the chair's pointed out, we heard today that there's a whole new process around the Kaurna language. It has held us up on the Makarrata process. As has pointed out, they want to move away from, we understand, to be a Germanic inflection in the original oral language. So this is a major rewrite. And it's taken us, I would have thought, 6 to 8 weeks to get one phrase approved, and we haven't had it approved. So it's challenging. So I can say it's what we heard today. I can't, I wouldn't want to mislead you that it was going to be a quick process. I think it could take quite a long time. And to do it authentically, of course, you'd want to make sure that their version of the oral languages. So it's a major, major exercise that we're undergoing at the moment.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Well, yeah, another one. If are you able to take? Obviously, you've got to deal with this first. What's the process for other amendments as well?
We haven't, at this stage, we haven't had an amendment that was incorporated. The last change was incorporated into the motion with approval of everyone here. So we're at 0 amendments at this point. So if you wish to move an amendment,
Well, I'll test the floor. Sorry, Councillor Green. Look, I'd like to move an amendment at 0.7. Sorry, base 0.7b. The correct word is co-name.
yes, so change part 7 to options to co-name wards.
That's technical.
Yep. And put the word to after options. Thank you. That's what you're seeking to do?
Yeah.
Yep. You should speak to it.
No,
Okay, so amendment's been moved. I know seek leave after the mover and seconder to Kat, they're happy to incorporate. Mover, are you happy to incorporate that change?
I need to ask a question. Okay, I can't just say yes or no.
Yes.
No at this stage.
No. Okay, so it becomes an amendment to, or you wish to speak any further to it? No. Do I have a seconder for it? Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak to it?
I'm kind of happy either way, but I don't know whether right now we can cut straight to naming or co-naming. I think we need to give it a little bit more thought. I don't know. We're kind of going one way or the other way with what's been put on the floor, so I don't want to suggest an amendment to an amendment. But yeah, it feels like we should workshop it to an extent and arrive at a position rather than sort of rush through it. Unless it's taken 10 years for us to arrive at a point where we're about to rush through it. Which might be what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Justin, you finished your seconding speech?
Well, I guess I'll conclude it by, am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes.
Could we get something in there that says to consider naming or co-naming without making it a definitive decision tonight? I mean, I want something to happen, but I'd like us to have an option to be able to discuss that a little further.
It would need a subsequent amendment, I'm afraid, because that wording is not included in the current amender's language. But there is room for another amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. Any further debate on the amendment?
If
Councillor
I
Harris.
speak to the amendment, well, come do one of your tricks. Question. If I speak to the amendment, can I still speak to the original motion?
Yes.
Right, okay, I'll speak to the amendment. Thank you very much for putting this amendment up, because it does give a great avenue to perhaps look at a different alternative. But I'm going to oppose it, and the reason I'm going to oppose it is I believe we as a group should be looking at what we believe is the end goal. Now, if it comes up, and I've got many reasons for this, but if it comes up that the people themselves, the Kaurna people even, or our residents say, look, we're a bit unhappy with having one name, we should have to, and it still leaves us that avenue. But our goal should be to get to the proper end. And where the CEO, in his poor wisdom and others, to me, get stuck, they try and communicate with these people, and then there's a whole barrier that's been relived again. They've taken away the book and trying to reword the language and stuff like that. Always remember, their language was stolen from them. So these people are only one step in front of us. They are not too good on the book, so 2 or 3 steps in front of us to learn their own language. And that's why the German sort of spear comes into it. So I think we should still be pushing for that goal. If it comes to the end, and even if the Ghana people, even ourselves, so oh, look, perhaps we should do it 2 names, we can change these things. But our original goal should be, we should be heading where we really should be heading. So that's the reason I'm going to oppose it.
Okay, thank
But
you.
thank you for putting it up.
Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Group.
Look, just briefly, just remind people, I did put up co-name initially. I'm grateful that I was challenged on that because I do think we should just be making this a Ghana name. If we look at our most recent conversations in the space, we haven't co-named anything. It's a point worth making. We haven't co-named this building. For me, it's about providing some leadership because the easy decision is to say, let's just, water it down a bit and see what happens. The harder leadership decision is actually to go and back ourselves in what we want to do with this. And I think it is to put name a Ghana language in. To Councillor Harris's point, this is complex, language is complex, but I think it goes back to me as showing leadership. And if we don't get there in the end, we don't get there, but I think we should aim very high initially. Look to make this, look to make our wards Ghana names, as we have spoken about. We have talked about it for a long time. I think we've talked about it for too long. We should just do it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, look, I've got mixed emotions about it. I think this council's been progressive in the co-naming of Prospect Oval, Co-Reserve, etc. So I think I'm in favour of the co-naming. When you think about it, people they don't call it by the Aboriginal name. Talk about Co-Reserve, you say Co-Reserve, talk about Prospect Oval. It's great to have the name there, but people still stick to the North Ward and the East Ward. They'll still use that. Do we go back further than rename, or take Prospect Oval out of it, take Co-Reserve off, and just have the name? So I've got mixed emotions, but I think I do favour Councillor Ripp's amendment.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the amendment? That being the case, there's no summing up with an amendment, so I'll now conclude the debate and put it to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? All those against the amendment? The amendment is lost. It's an exciting night for Lisa, isn't it? Just lucky you came along, really. So thanks for coming.
We're at 10.1, aren't we?
Yep. Yeah, but we've done the deputations, right? And we've done 14.3. It's done. All right, that's good. That's good. Okay. Is there any further debate on the main motion that's before us? And I note that Councillor Barnett, DeBacker, Larwood and Groot have been deemed to have spoken to the motion. And Rick, sorry, as a mover of the amendment. Can I ask a question? Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Right. Just in regards to 7, I'm just wondering the appropriateness of Ghana language to a local government construct. So I think it's a great goal, like we're saying to have, but it'd be really good to get feedback. One of the things that maybe through the chair, if I can ask the CEO, was actually having Ghana people at the decision-making side of things. So I'm just concerned that the local government wards are a construct and whether it's appropriate.
It's a question you've got to ask.
Yeah, so,
here.
okay.
Yeah.
So will this go back to the Ghana elders to seek the appropriateness of naming wards, local government wards?
Not just the names of them.
Yes, not just the names.
Thank you. CEO.
What we heard, thank you, Councillor. What we heard today is that the Ghana language, of course, is an oral and a visual language. And I would have thought it was completely appropriate to go back perhaps to those elders. The director's indicating to add something through the chair.
Director.
Yeah, if it's okay through the chair. You may recall the process that we went through when we sought approval of Ghana language for this building, where we contacted in front of the Ghana Warra group. We provided a number of quite a list of words, English words, that we thought would be appropriate if there was a Ghana word for that. Specifically in relation to this bill, they came back with a list of approved words that we could use for this group. But there's quite a process that's involved in that, and I think it's a really interesting question about does it apply to a local government context. I, in looking at being one of the staff who would have to implement that, the consultation would be difficult because we wouldn't have a list of approved names essentially for North, South, East and West because we don't already have that from asking before. And it does take a bit of time to go through that process as you articulated earlier. So in terms of what that consultation will achieve, it may achieve a discussion with the community around their willingness to accept Ghana language or co-naming. And it would also give an opportunity for us to contact the KWK group to start that dialogue as well. There's elders on that group, there's linguistics experts on that group. I mean, they are a legitimate body that provides this authorisation. So in implementing Part 7, it may not go as far as what some members may think. Be able to ask the community, can we name this ward, this word? Because I don't believe we would have that authority. And I think it would be a forward process of us to ask that permission from the community before we get permission from the owners.
Yep, thank you. Does that answer your question? Thank you very much. I'll speak to the matter now because I haven't yet. There's not many of us left. I'm supportive of what we've got here. We've spoken plenty about the options, in particular with the Ghana ward names. This is always tricky. Whenever we've worked in this space, we are, with the best of intentions, trying to do the right thing, but we are not Ghana people. And we need to respectfully ask them and allow time to have it done. However, we need to start that process. It seems to me that we either start that process now and instruct the staff to go and get on with it, or we wait until we have to do a whole other round of consultation at some other point in time, just on ward names. And I can virtually guarantee that the Chamber will say, that's a fair bit of money just to tweak the names of some wards, which then will inevitably have to co-name because they're established wards. So I'm in favour of Part 7 as it's currently worded to initiate the process. But I'm equally aware, having spoken to Ghana people today, it might not be easy and we might not be able to do this. This has to come to us in July at our council meeting. If the staff come back to us in July saying, we have tried everything we can, we can't get a level of comfort from the Ghana people, it's their language, we can't abuse it by just assuming things. I'm sorry, councillors, you can't go out with that at the moment, we recommend you don't. Then we will all say, okay, and we'll go back to keeping the simple names we've got and we'll deal with it at another time. So I think we're kind of crunching some times here, but I just think in order to get the process started, I'll vote for Part 7 and get it moving. Doesn't work, we'll see it at our July recommendation from the staff. I think that keeps it pretty simple in my mind. So thank you. And Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I'm a bit different. I'm going to, you took away 80% of what I was going to say, so we saved a bit of time. I'm supporting the whole thing, particularly with Stephen Street and looking at numbers and going through that sort of process. This one here, the only other thing that I'll add, because David did say most of the things I wanted to say, if we don't start taking a step, we'll never get there. We can take it and other people can say to us, it's not time, or it's never time, or it won't be time. But if we don't take that first step, and I don't know about the rest of you, I have a lot of beautiful white people that have spoken to me when they talk about Ngunnawirra and the other names, and they do use them, not as often, and I do accept what you say, you know, they'll still say Prospect Oval because I can't even pronounce the other name. But in reality, as a group, we take this step, and if those people aren't ready for it, so be it. But I believe when the staff come back to say we can't do it or it's not possible yet, and that I'd got that quite easy on the chin, but let's take that step to start.
Okay, any further speakers to the motion? Not, in fact, let me just point out, Councillor Pearce, if anyone deemed not to have spoken to the motion, you don't have to. Fine. Okay. Very grateful. Councillor De Backer, if you wish to sum up.
No, everyone, it was great discussion and I encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour, I'm taking the parts of part 1. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. All those in favour of part 2. It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 3. It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 4. Carried unanimously. Thank you. All those in favour of the part 5 as per on the screen. All those in favour of, just check the wording. All those in favour of that one. All those against. It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 6 as on the screen. Thank you. It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 7 as on the screen. All those against part 7 is carried. Okay, thank you. Thank you, friends from Norman Waterhouse, for your indulgence tonight. If you make a speech all the time, you've heard me before, if you want to stay for the balance of our meeting, you are more than welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation, but I think we'll retire.
You have hair to wash and sheep to gather. And what is incredibly busy tonight, aren't you? Thank you very much for your time.
Yes,
Okay, elected members, it doesn't get any more exciting than the annual business plan and budget, other than a representation review. I say that while our guests are just leaving the room, of course. So, but the second most exciting thing is the annual business plan and budget, which is there before you in the papers at page. Sorry, I don't have the page number anymore. But,
84.
84, thank you. Would somebody wish to move it in its current form? Thank you, Deputy Mayor, just to speak to it. And by doing so, there's 11 parts to the motion.
Leaving it to get on the floor, I'm sure that the elected members have got some interesting observations and comments to hear, which I look forward to.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I apologise. I had a couple of bits of information from staff. The only updates to this versus what we've all seen in the workshops leading up to this is the grant information has been updated to reflect the grants we now know we've got. The amount of the loan drawdown has been updated to reflect that. The timing of the loan drawdown has been modified to reflect when we need that money. So that change, as you would expect, is incorporated. And I'm informed by the staff, one minor change to evaluation on one property going to 2 has been changed. Other than that, everything is as you've seen it before. I'm very sorry, I did mention that before you spoke. Deputy Mayor, did you wish to add anything further?
That changes everything. No, it doesn't. That's fine. Thanks.
I'm very sorry. Do I have a seconder? Okay, fine, a seconder. Councillor Group, I'll take you. Do you wish to speak to it?
If I can follow up that good speech from the Deputy Mayor. Look, I think given that this time last year we were in such a interesting space with COVID and we had a difficult budget and we didn't really understand what was happening in the world, I think we are doing very, very well with this budget. I think we've struck the right balance between raising revenue to deliver good services across the city. I like the fact that our rate increase starts with a 1, not a 2. I think that's very encouraging. And I think onwards and upwards, it's very exciting about what we can do over the next 12 months. I look forward to being part of it. Certainly commend the budget to everyone in the room.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the item? Councillor De Backer.
Look, I think it's really exciting and I'm still mindful that we've got a long way to go. So, you know, in the chart on page 88, it goes 21, 22, but you know, that projection into the future, we've got a fair bit of debt still to pay. So we've got some big years ahead of us. The other thing that I wanted to highlight that's maybe not highlighted in the comparisons that we put forward is we've got such a low amount of commercial. And when we're comparing like with like, I don't think we're actually comparing like with such little amount of commercial property. And I think I'd like to see a table or a chart that represents that somehow when we're going out to our community and saying, look, you know, we are a residential community and we do bear the weight of that. However, look at all the great stuff we're doing. So I think if we can communicate that in a graph, I'd be really happy with that. But I'm going to be supporting the budget.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Harris.
Yes, I also just want to agree with that last bit. about a graph of some sort that makes it easier for people. I'm going to do the apple cart. I'm not going to support a whole lot in respect, and my only reason of not supporting it is I feel with the current CPI and future possible CPI, particularly the current one, the base that I work mine on is the people that work for this council, employed by this council. And I see the 1% growth thing, and that is below the CPI figure. So to me, it means a wage cut for people that are here giving our residents their service. Why do I say that? And normally we don't speak about the matters of staff and things, but it's in the budget, so I do speak about it, and I feel sorry for it. I've had it explained to me a couple of things, that it's the overall growth of 1% for staff type of thing, but I know the conversation that's happening, so I feel particularly after the COVID thing last year and the effort that all our staff put in the future effort, and particularly the things that we're going to be doing, I don't think I can support it for that reason. But in doing so, that I'm not going to support it, I want to sort of really know that what we as a council, and thankful with the staff and Chris and Ginny in particular, putting the words down and things like that, that I think what we're doing is very good for the residents of Prospect. We're borrowing a hell of a lot of money, to build some areas for our residents. So we're going to go into debt and put other generations of us into debt to pay it off for the residents, but I believe they're worthwhile. So while not supporting the motion for that one reason, I do support, and I'm pretty sure that most people will vote for it, I'm going to support the other people, and if I'm asked any questions in the street or anything, I'm exactly the same as the rest of you, support what we're doing. But I just morally can't support that part, which is part of the motion. So that's the way I feel. That's what I'll do. And that's how I vote. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I mean, it's never easy, is it? But we do have to make decisions, and it's been an extraordinary year in the fact that we're still going through this jolly COVID thing. But all the amount of money that we have in grants now, can I honestly look some of my residents in the eye and say, well, no, we refuse those. When we most probably, certainly some of our time on council, never had that opportunity perhaps again. And I also look on page, page 88, where we've got the graph or the table, it shows movements in council rates in recent years. And if you look there,
What
page is that?
88, was it? Sorry,
well, it
Councillor
says
Barnett.
page 88 on here, so I don't know whether there's something actual.
It is 88, yeah.
I've got to get back now because it's stupidly way off. Yeah, it says page 88. Yeah. So I've got it.
You have the floor, councillor.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so if we look at that comparing last year, we had average residential rate increase excluding growth, 1.9%. We're doing that again this year. That's what's proposed in this report that happens. Change in residential rate in the dollar last year, plus 1.8%. This year proposed minus 0.43%. Change in non-residential rate in the dollar last year, plus 4.09%. This year proposed plus 1.93%. that's what you would show a resident and just say, yeah, again, and I mean, we have to take into account what our audit committee has suggested. We've done that. We're keeping things, I think, in the right sort of balance with our three main ratios that we have to have. We've got, my understanding, our borrowings, we've got a very good rate still. Who knows what will happen later on. So some of it is really, we just got to grab this by the scruff of the neck, really, and go with it. I don't think, no one of us here really wants to put things up. But, you know, it's fact of life. So, I mean, my husband and I are self-funded retirees. We're not rich by imagination. But I guess we, you know, got to suck this up and because we want to see one of, you know, all the great infrastructure things that we now have to get on, which we would not be able to do in the next 20 years. So that's what I'm for.
Thank you, Councillor Rip.
Yeah, look, I first of all want to thank the staff in preparation for this and acknowledging the difficult year that it has been, particularly with COVID-19, the changing world around that, but also managing the different grant programs and the opportunities that have come up. I know the staff always strive to do their best, and I have appreciated staff moving with, I guess, what's been the moving thesis here with the budget. Also, particularly want to thank the acting director for stepping up in difficult times, Vincent. I think the acting director of infrastructure has done a great job sort of at bringing I guess, bringing the issues to our attention of the asset management plans and actually being upfront and honest. I really appreciated Vincent's approach at bringing things to us and letting us, I guess, be part of that decision-making process and us to actually own some decisions. And Irish Heart Reserve was one of those, and I really enjoyed having that workshop and seeing what certain figures get you and being shocked that certain figures don't get you as much as you think. But at least we've been able to own some of those decisions and take part in that process. So I've actually appreciated that approach. Obviously, my only concern is obviously on the long-term financial plan and around that asset management, but I know staff and will be regularly bringing updates to us on that, and appreciate that. And look, I personally think if we're going to borrow, these are the best times to borrow. I don't think we'll see better times at all to borrow. I think we need to borrow to build what matters for our community with low interest times, and you know, and look what we can achieve. I mean, also, I don't think we're going to have many opportunities, particularly with state and federal grant opportunities, like money being thrown. I think we've got to take up these opportunities and go ahead with it and move forward and make the best decisions we can. I have again appreciated the staff's, I guess, willingness to apply for grants and give us updated information as it has been readily changing. I think we have a real opportunity here to build a number of things for our community, and you know, I'm excited with it on one hand, but I am just, I guess, cautious in terms of what's coming up. And that's where I guess I see. But happy to support them all.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Pitts.
Look, I think it's pretty much all been said, but I'm happy to support it. We've had a number of workshops which Ginny and Chris have presented really well in layman's language, I think, and also Vincent in bringing forward efficiencies in the asset management plan. So 1.9% is a small increase for what we're achieving in this budget, I think. And also, it's been given a tick by the audit committee, who you know, I've got great respect for. So I think all in all, it's a well achieved budget for a minimal increase.
Thank you. From my perspective, it is great thanks to the staff under your leadership, CEO, to pull this together. This has been easily the most complex, difficult, challenging budget I've been involved in all of my time on council. And we all know the forces that are at work. We've got this beautiful building we're in, which put us into a 4-year deficit cycle, which we're all unhappy, but we decided to accept. On top of that, we've had Captain Vincent come along and help us, and I cheekily say I've never known a director to cost us so much money. But what Vincent's done is point out to us that our assets are deteriorating at a rate faster than we would like, or faster than we're aware of, and we need to spend some more money on them. So our capital expenditure has gone up by, I think, about 60% this year on our regular volumes. So that put further pressure on this budget. We've then had other pressures placed upon us, and not the least of which is the grant flow that I haven't seen grants like this since the global financial crisis grants, in terms of the volume of different grants available and the amount of money that we've been able to secure. And congratulations again, CEO, and to your team for being able to find them like truffles under the trees and bring them to us. But that has put further pressure on this budget. There's been a marked reduction in the amount of discretionary spend we've got in projects either operating or recurrent, and we've all had to cop that because in order to, the anaconda swallowing the large porcine beast in the forest, work out what has to go in order to swallow the stuff that we want. I agree with Councillor Barnett. You're not going to say no to those grants. It's a matter of saying, how do we work with it? So the balance in this budget has, I think, been an incredible juggle. And congratulations to everybody for participating in that, as interesting as it's been. However, the road ahead is not straightforward. We've just got before us tonight a stormwater report, which indicates that we need to spend $26 million on increasing our stormwater capacity, not replacing old crusty pipes. That's on top of that. 26 million in increasing capacity to resist flooding in our area with people that we know and love as our ratepayers. I don't know how we're going to pay for that. It's not in this 10-year long-term financial plan to the extent that it should be or that it needs to be. We have to wait for the staff to do that work for us. There are other elements within here that we're not really funding yet, and they are further challenges. The rate at which we want to plant trees also is not reflected in this budget as at the rate that we would like. So how do we do these things? I think Councillor De Backer put it pretty well. When you look at the ratios of residential ratepayers versus other ratepayers, it's incredibly high. Residential is like 93% of our ratepayers. We, compared to other councils, have a disproportionate amount of residential versus other types of ratepayers. And I keep stressing that we must grow the other types of ratepayers if we are to gain revenue in order to solve some of these problems going forward. We must grow in order to gain extra revenue that we can put towards those projects, or the amount of discretionary spend we have each year on the things like expanding the men's shed or upgrading the Nailsworth Hall will just be wiped out. We'll simply become a maintenance council on our assets and improving our stormwater problems. So we've got a real challenge in front of us. However, having said that, I'm excited that this budget funds the Broadview Community Hub. They will be so excited. I mean, I hope they're more excited than getting the state government grant, because this is $2.5 million. That was only $1.5 million. The men's shed will be delighted that this funds the expansion. The Livingston Avenue people will be delighted that we're funding an upgrade to their street. They have the hilliest footpaths in our whole city. And there are many other projects. The Irish Heart Reserve proponents will be delighted. They were very upset the last 3 years. This time they'll be excited. And I think Councillor Barnett's pointed out on page 88 that our residential rate in the dollar has fallen again for the fourth time over the last 8 years. I think it's a significant achievement, particularly given our valuations in resi didn't go up much this year. So I think for all those things, this has been an incredible budget, and coming together as it has, it makes me very happy that we've got there, notwithstanding we've still got some work to do. So let's not celebrate next year's budget just yet, because I think that's going to be even more challenging. So having said that, I commend the motion to you all, and I think I'm the last person able to speak. So Deputy Mayor, if you wish to sum up.
Hard act to follow when a lot of good things have been said around the table. Just to reflect again on what the Mayor said, it's easy to look at this in isolation around what's happening in the next year, but let's reflect over the last 2 to 3 years what we've achieved, and this is just continuing the goals that we've been kicking. We've built and on the way to funding this building. We've dealt with the global pandemic. We've been sideswiped by a massive asset management plan shortfall, which we've dealt with responsibly. We've still managed to maintain significant key elements of the extra over and above that other councils may have jettisoned. And I think that's one of the things that I'm most proud of being sitting around this table, is that we're happy to own the fact that we haven't sidelined all of those things, which are the things which really make our council area a great area to live in. We've said, no, we still want to do those things in a responsible way. So it's up to us now, once this is approved and adopted as an elected member group, to go out and sell the decision that we've made and back it. And it's also up to the staff responsible within council to help us sell the highlights of this, because it's very easy for people to pick up on a few negative aspects of what they might perceive as, a high interest rate, a high rates rise under, difficult conditions and so on and so forth. So I think jointly as a team, we need to get around this and work out how best to sell it to our constituents, and then also to support the team members who are going to deliver the services and the projects as well. So thanks for everybody's comments, and I certainly will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. That concludes debate. All those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next few reports are related. 10.3, discretionary rate rebates. Somebody happy to move it, get it on the floor. Councillor Groot, we should speak to it.
As is customary, I will. But just what I didn't say in my earliest commentary was just also thank Ginny and Chris. I know they put a lot of effort into these budget papers, and it was remiss of me not to thank them, so I'd like to just do that as well. Look, I'm always interested in this particular rate rebate for community groups. I was going to ask a question I ask every year, but I've been usurped by the fact that it's in the report, which is that there has been a check done of any other new groups might be entitled to this. So I'd like to thank Chris and Jenny for doing that, the director and the manager for doing that. I think this is a really great way to support a couple of local groups in the community, and commend the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor.
What Councillor Groot said, word for word, pretty much.
Second best speech ever.
Yes.
Any further debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Is carried unanimously. Item 10.4, discretionary rate rebate Village Heart Marketing Fund 2021-22. Someone happy to move it? Deputy Mayor, you should speak to it.
I think it's reasonable that we take these considerations into account.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor De Backer, you should speak to it.
Just briefly, I just think the marketing fund is a great way of contributing to and ownership, I guess, of the road campaigns. And as we had articulated by the manager of economic development the other day, I think we can deliver within a certain capacity, but certainly we have to fund an amount to assist, but at the end of the day, there needs to be some leadership within that. And we understand that some people maybe don't want to participate in that, but generally it's been a very successful campaign, and I think going on, we can step back a little bit and actually deliver the service to what it's to the level it's actually funded, not over deliver.
Thank you. Any further debate? Deputy Mayor, you should sum up.
No, thanks.
That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against? Is carried unanimously. Item 10.5, proposed fees and charges for 2021-22. So be happy to move it. Deputy Mayor, you should speak to it.
I'd like to move to get it on the floor, and I look forward to the contribution of members.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Seconder. Councillor De Backer, you should speak to it.
I've got a question as well.
Start with the question. Yep.
So with fees and charges registered, obviously that's looked at for the year, and that's what we budget against. However, 5 times nothing is nothing. If we were looking at vacancy rates in PND because it's not being used, is it possible to revisit the register at a later date?
Question CEO, can we revisit the fees and charges register at any point?
Yes, I would have thought the council can set your fees and charges anytime you want to.
Thank you.
Okay, so I need to know in that case, I will support the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any further debate? No, being the case, Deputy Mayor, just to sum up? No. That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Item 10.6, the Ovingham level crossing update and administrative correction to the council boundary. Somebody wish to move it to get on the floor? Councillor Barnett, do you wish to speak to it?
I think a good report, and it's not often get a chance to move that boundary.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? So take a brief question first. Yes.
I'll ask you a question. The resolution of some of the images are very poor in the report because they've
Yes.
been reduced. Is it possible to have up the large plan when we discuss this item?
It's a slide I prepared earlier.
Oh, great.
Don't get excited. It's just a very big version of the one you've got.
I couldn't read
The best I could do. Thank you, Minute Secretary. If you could pull up page. There it is. That one. Page that one. The question, councillor, was to get the image up.
Was the image up and explain it to me?
The blue line is the proposed, I'm briefed by staff, the blue line is the proposed boundary. Its precise location will not be determined until the overpass is constructed to make sure that the intent of the proposed boundary and separation between landscape areas and therefore maintained areas is reflected on the titles and the boundaries as it is drawn there. Is that correct, Director?
So where is it moving from? That's where
As you'll read in the report, councillor, that cannot be precisely determined. What has been determined is that it needs to be precisely determined.
Right, okay.
And
That's- I
therefore-
thought I was missing a line.
No,
Yeah.
therefore there is a suggestion that that's where it is an intent, but that must wait to be surveyed following the construction of the overpass.
Okay. Looking for something that wasn't there.
I look for the same thing, don't apologise. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Group, wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly, and we'll certainly support the motion, there's no issues there. I was just reflecting as that image was up there, we just had a discussion about ward boundaries and where they go on the roads. And probably too late to maybe suggest a full road boundary for this, so I won't suggest that, can't move on that. I would just take the opportunity though, because I'm sure our colleagues are listening tonight about the options that we've still got to provide something quite meaningful on our side of the boundary line. Both our northern boundary and our western boundary, eastern boundary, rather than just being a retention pond. I think we're being underdone from my perspective in terms of what we're going to get there as opposed to what's happening on the other side of the road. But just should anyone be listening to my ramblings, they will hopefully understand my message there. That it would be nice to have something quite exciting under that bridge. As for the boundary alignment, yeah, so be it.
Did you hear Councillor Group? If not, replay. That might
help.
That might help. That could be it.
Maybe say often enough, we'll come up on their media monitors tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I'm certain it will. Any further debate on this item? I just like to say from the chair, I agree with Councillor Barnett. This could be the single biggest boundary change in the history of the city since 1872.
Until we take input.
It would have to. That would be a subsequent large change, would it not? The largest change I'm aware of since 1872 is somebody's driveway moving from City of Port Adelaide Enfield into the City of Prospect on Warren Avenue. Not much has changed in all that time. So interesting, and I appreciate the questions from Councillor De Backer. It is a little tricky. It's a little embarrassing that nobody can actually pinpoint this. And as I advise staff, the boundary line is shown as crossing the train line at right angles to the train line further north. I have no understanding about why. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. But it seems that the boundaries in this area are a little hazy. Fortunately, it doesn't have any operational impact. This will, because it will dictate a maintenance regime under the bridge, which we don't care about at the moment because it's the middle of the road. So it's quite important going forward. Any further debate? If not, councillor Barnett, do you wish to sum up? Please debate. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item 10.7, stormwater management plan. Be happy to move this way.
Question.
In the absence of a Deputy Mayor, happy to move it.
I'd like to move it to get it on the floor.
Yep, do you wish to speak to it?
Not at the moment.
I'll just take the brief question from councillor Ridd.
Page 146, where it says financial management, there are no financial impacts directly associated with this report. If we're endorsing the stormwater management plan, are we fundamentally endorsing, whether we like it or not, in a way, a financial contribution to it? Or that's going to be the end result.
I understand this item is about consultation only. See, am I interpreting that correctly? And therefore the costs are, there's no budget impact, just this thing. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, Chair.
Maybe a further question, councillor, if you think there's something more implied in that.
Look, if we're going out to, if we're for item 10.7, if we move this tonight and it's endorsed, are we going to go to the community with any costs? Because if we're going to go out for community consultation, one question I foresee coming is, how much is this going to cost? And we're saying that there's no financial impact, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Perhaps see if we could expand the consultation phase to answer that question.
I think just before we refer it through you, Chair, to the acting director, I think our position is this is a $25 million plus project. It's the sort of project councils like Prospect aren't likely to be able to fund. All right. So the immediate impact of this isn't something that's on the table tonight. But acting director, you just want to add to that?
Through the mayor.
Through the chair.
So to put that in context, what this is actually signing off on, this isn't about consultation, but even on finalisation of the actual stormwater management plan itself, that in itself does not commit any funds, it just recognises what needs to be spent. They're not actually going to be committing any funds until we do the follow-on plan, which is the asset management plan for stormwater. Interpret the stormwater management plan and turn it into a financial actionable document. At that point, we'd actually call out the financial implication too. At this point, we're solely needing to sign off on a plan that will recognise the required expense, but not committing to any of it.
But I just,
Thank you, councillor. You have a follow-up question?
well, another follow-up question more, you have to second.
No, happy for you to do with debate and debate.
Sorry, I do apologize.
You'll have a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you, councillor Backer. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I do. Again, the report is quite comprehensive under a separate attachment, but again, the issue of the attachments is they're very hard to read. The words aren't searchable because they're coming in as images, so just hoping that these very detailed reports, when they're coming back to us, we'd very like to read them, can come back to us in the nation PDF format. I think there's a lot of detail in there, and I do take on Councillor Rick's point that, you know, in endorsing this, but it's endorsing it for consultation. And certainly I'll be active in making sure people are commenting on it in my community where they can. So for example, I think the WUSADS, the wood sensitive urban design, is a great idea. We're looking at some, you know, tree planting and that kind of thing as well. However, it does also come with ongoing maintenance. So I've heard from the director that WUSADS, someone's got to fish the Coke bottles out and the litter that it gathers when it rains. So there are associated costs with some of these things. But I guess the really important things is that we're trying to relieve some of these pressures. Now, we are in a high growth area, and that's the direction we've chosen as a council and as a state. I'm just going to draw your attention, if you do have the attachment open, to page 43 of the item 10.7 attachment, and it's talking about impervious areas. My street just happens to be on there, but it compares Ferryden Park, Prospect, Brompton, just some sample streets, and it looks at connected, I guess, to the subcatchments, impervious areas, so basically you've got concrete, indirectly impervious areas and grass area. So the more concrete we get, the bigger the demand is going to be on that drainage system. So we cannot say growth, 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 more development, and not be responsible council in funding these things. And I think we really need to let our residents know, and we need to be aware as a council, development costs. We need to fund this if this is the direction. we want to go. So thank you for the comprehensive report, but again, it's the big picture. We can't just have one without the other.
Thank you. Further debate? Council, I'll go to Councillor Ritt first because he had some questions and I'll come back.
Well, I'm really happy with the report overall. Obviously happy, would like to endorse it to get it out to community consultation. I can just perceive the first comment I'll get is, okay, that's great. How much is it going to cost? What's the financial impact going to be to council? That's going to be the first thing. And for us to go and endorse and then have to say to the community, oh, we don't know yet what it's, or I don't have any indication on what it will cost. I just think it would be good to have something in there that says, you know, we're going out to, I guess, seek people's views on the plan, some information, even if it's just anecdotal, some basic information saying we'll come back later. But I just think it would be remiss for us not to include some basic information on the financial side of it. Don't know if we can move that as an amendment, whether it be possible to have some information in there.
I'm just, can I just check, Councillor, the attachment has quite detailed costings within it. Is that the bit that, have you seen those in terms of, so my question to you is, are you seeking there to be more financial information?
Probably to make it clearer, whether we're doing a one pager, whether we're doing a for the community or as part of the exec summary, but I do believe the financial management of it needs to be front and center as well as endorsing the plan. I think it's basically, we're seeking, my view of this, we're seeking the community view both on the plan and the cost associated.
I'm happy to take it as a statement from you and the staff are listening.
Yeah.
Did you wish to move an amendment?
As long as that's well known, or is well known, I'm happy with that.
You raise a good point. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, who did I have wanting to speak to it? Councillor Brute, did you have your further speakers to the motion? I'll speak from the chair. This is it's a remarkably scary report. I urge you to read it. As difficult as it is to read, it would be good if you could circulate it again as a PDF if you've got it as a PDF. It's very fuzzy and small. It's really, really important we get across this. We know we've had a flooding problem down at Charles Street and at William, and we know we've had it at Alexandrina, and we look more carefully, we'll see the bottom of Victoria and LaHunt and Alexandrina and others. But what this says is you've got no idea how big a problem you've got. You may need to rebuild the drain all the way along Churchill Road or Devonport Terrace. It's just completely undersized. And the reason it's undersized is partially because we've got some new development, but predominantly because people are building on their houses. They're doubling the size of their roofed areas. They are paving all their yards. And I did it myself. The house I bought in 18 Arthur Street had gravel driveways, had very few concrete paths through the veggie gardens and the rose gardens. It had quite a small roof. I built on, as everyone does in Prospect, doubled the size of the roof area or more, paved everything that needed to be walked on, and sent all the stormwater, not all of it, most of it to the street, some into the backyard. Now, I'm just stating that because that's a very common occurrence in Prospect. If you have a look at a satellite map, that photo even, but if you zoom in, you'll find that 9 out of 10 properties have clearly had a huge increase in runoff area to how the place was settled and when our main drainage was built in the 50s through to the 70s or whatever the time frame is in the report. Yes, there have been some apartment developments which have also added to that, but they knocked over properties which were already contributing to the stormwater issues. So it's not like that was a total gain. It was probably a doubling, not a net zero to start with. So we have a fundamental problem. Even if we stopped all development tomorrow, we have an existing problem right now that suggests we would have well over 1,000 properties inundated and some of them severely inundated in a 1 in 100-year event by up to 800 millimetres. It's really extreme. When I look at our cousins further down the floodplain, they're nowhere near as much trouble as we are, which I I have to confess, I didn't have any feeling of relief overwhelm me that they were okay. It just added to my distress that us being on a hill did not help us. We have quite amazing large problems. And for those of you who've been around this council for a long time, you would recall the large ponding that used to happen opposite Mezamazi and the cost to council at that time to try and get rid of that water. Used to cover an entirety of Prospect Road in a big downpour. And that required a drain to go from that area all the way down, I think, to Beatrice or Alexandra Street. It was quite an extensive project. We will see over the next 10 years that type of project come before this and successive councils to get on top of this issue. And that also, we need to talk about expanding the network. It's not just supplementing the network, but putting in new pipes to places that currently don't have pipes. Unpleasingly, I read that the generator we paid to add to Stan Watson Reserve is going to be about as useful as an ashtray and a motorbike, because not because the generator won't be able to do its job, but because the whole pump system will essentially be pumping water into a drain that's already full. So fortunately, CEO and staff have been able to get a grant to increase the size of that drain on Churchill Road. That's the end of that $4.5 million project. So hopefully that will help that generator and that pump be more effective in the event of a major event. But we have, as a city and as custodians of this city, we have a major issue that we all know is a problem, can't deny it, and it's getting worse, some because of development, but mostly because of what mums and dads are doing with their houses and have done for the last 30 years in this city. That is the bulk of the problem, not what's happening on the main roads. I really want to stress that, because we have plenty of people tell us this is because of apartments, and I'll just absolutely point blank refute that. Just look at the satellite imagery of our streets and look in people's backyards and you'll see it. How we fund it, I don't know. I'm scared about that. I really am. But I look forward with trepidation to the next budget discussions and getting further clarity around how we're going to do it and what grant streams are available to us to help, because I don't believe there's any way we can fund this on our own. And some would argue, nor should we, but we'll have that argument another place, another time. Just be aware, this is quite a significant issue. And I thank staff for finally doing the work that we've been asking for 3 years and getting a thorough stormwater analysis done. And even though it's not good news, at least we know it and we can start planning and moving ahead. So I commend the motion, not just because I recognise that, but because we owe it to the people who are subject to inundation to let them know that we understand the problem, for them to start planning themselves, and for us to start planning about what we do about floor levels, what we do about funding, what we do about factoring this into our long-term plan. So, thank you. Any further debate?
It's just a question.
Councillor Peters.
We're going to endorse the release of this plan to the community. Right, so how will that be done? Well, this is a pretty comprehensive report, maybe 200 pages long, pretty different to read. We don't often get a great number of people really replying to consultation anyway. How will this be done and what sort of time frames?
See ya.
Through you, Chair, to the Director.
Through the mayor, we have called out briefly in the report what our intent would be. We did question if we should notify every resident of the stormwater management plan, but we decided it's probably not worth the money. We think it would be a very small audience to actually go into detail on the buildings plan and actually get value from it. Our intention is to actually push it out through our social media channels, normally online methods, and have it available through our online engagement hub, and basically just through those meetings see if we can actually get some sort of interest. We'll probably encourage you through the networks. We have people who are interested to have a read. People that did lodge an initial engagement done on making their issues known, we will actually notify them directly of the plan and its development. This is an added plus, because they might have some further input or interest. I do say though, the vast majority of people are really going to struggle with the complexity of this document and what it means. So our engagement for this is more about notification, and if anyone wants to have a read, they can. But I don't think that a lot of people are getting meaningful feedback or anything in regard to complexity of the outcome. So,
sorry, and probably just add to your answer if I can, relevant agencies and key stakeholders. It was
Yeah, we'll be going through to, from Stormwater Management Authority, Department of Environment, probably DIT, and a couple of those numerous lines.
Okay, thank you. In answer to the question, councillor Pearce?
Yeah, that sums it up.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? If not, Deputy Mayor, wish to sum up?
Not too much more to say. I think there's been some good points made around the table. I don't think it's feasible for us to expect almost anyone to consume a 200-page report. It's about managing expectations and also not shying away from the fact that this has to be done. We've shown that, we don't shy away from what has to be done, but yeah, it's something which we can't just close our eyes to. So let's get it out there and trust in the team to do the right level of consultation with the right people and see what comes back.
Okay, thank you. All those in favour? Yes, is carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.8 Eastern Health Authority withdrawal of town of Walkerville. Somebody happy to move that way? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it?
Yes, just for, I think it's very explanatory, but it was discussed at the board meeting last Thursday, and basically the town of Walkerville is wanting to actually go against the charter that we will sign and have to agree to. And so instead of wanting the under the charter 9.2, which requires a minimum of 12 months from the time that you notify. So this is a problem for all of us remaining councils. There's no way that we can each do all our due diligence, have our audit committees examine the ramifications, manage the potential risks of losing a partner. I think that's there's really been no valid reason given to us and our other council from the town of Walkerville. So I think we just wanted to stick by what we all agreed is the charter, particularly section 9.2, and say at this stage.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gooch, wish to speak to it?
Yeah, look, I've just got a question. It's just a technical one. So I certainly have the motion we support it. I agree in terms of the intent of them serving up the 1 year notice period. But if I go to the letter from Miller Olsen to EHA, there's a paragraph that says, we would be grateful if you could advise by Friday, 18th of June, whether the other constituent councils intend to reduce the required notice period in accordance with clause 9.2. Now, I don't read that as a request to reduce it. I read that as a, what are they intending to do? So I'm just curious whether an actual request came and what date they did suggest was a better date other than June 2022, because in their letter they actually say June 2022.
Yeah.
So I'm just a bit confused. It's just I'm very confused about that.
I'm happy to take the question. CEO, do you have another request?
Through you, Chair, to either of the directors, possibly the director who's on the board.
Director?
Yes, thanks. And through the chair, looking at the exact wording. Yeah, it's not a specific request for a new date. So the page that you were referencing, Councillor Group, page 154 of the agenda.
Correct.
It does mention 30 June 2022, but then it goes on to say, essentially, we would like councils to consider us exiting earlier. And we'd like you to consider that by the 8th of June. So the EHA CEO has gone back to Miller Olsen and said, the way that the structure works, and that all councils need to consider this, there's no way we'll achieve a 3-week turnaround on providing an answer. And I think we are the first council.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, Councillor?
Kind of. I don't see it as a request to reduce the timing. I just see it as whether we intend to reduce the timing. That's not a request to reduce the timing. There's no request as to what time they want to bring it forward to. So it makes recommendation 2 a bit difficult to find the request. Well, I don't see there being a request. Yeah, maybe it's a moot point. But you know, notwithstanding that, the intent is the same. We're quite happy with June 2022, although I suggest we're very not happy with June 2022 at all. And I don't understand the reasoning behind why Waterville would choose to leave. I don't understand. But no, that's their right to make that decision. Just a question on the ministerial approval that's required. Is that simply a rubber stamping exercise, or is there a consideration given by the minister in terms of the ramifications of remaining councils?
So, once again, through you, Chair.
And through the chair, to me, as I understand it, it's not much more to be exercised. The minister has to grant authority for this to join a subsidiary and has to acknowledge. I don't believe there's a detailed consideration.
Nevertheless, if I can perhaps add to the answer, I think perhaps it would be ill-advised for a minister to grant a consent should all the other constituent members say how much impact it would have upon them. So I think that's why that ministerial control is in there, to permit that intervention. So it's worded as if it's a simple administrative thing, but it does provide that option, I would suggest, in practicality.
So I commend the motion. I certainly support it. I'm all a bit amusing there.
Thank you. Any further debate on this one? Councillor Rip.
Just to say, if there's anyone else around the table who is involved, the bigger question, I'm obviously happy to support the recommendations 1, 2, and 3. But I'd like to unpack more reasoning as to why they want to leave. Obviously, this doesn't give any reasons as to why. They could have valid reasons, they may not. But again, we don't know. All we can do is what's in front of us here. But it will be quite interesting. So I think it could have implications for everyone.
Increased cost to Waterville ratepayers.
Or at the end of the day, they could have valid reasons as well. So it could, and if, at the end of the day, it's always say too, if you've got people, I guess, around the table that don't believe in the principles and don't want to be there, then it's a catch-22. You can force people to hang around with them, but if you're going to go against charter, well, that's not going to be helpful either. So I think we've got to be very careful forcing people to be around the table they don't want to be at, because I don't think that's a very smart move either if they're going to go against the charter. But that's I guess up to them, and I guess it'll be unpacked further.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Barnett, wish to sum up? That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. 10.9, request for school crossing in Balfour Street for Nailsworth Primary School. We're very happy to move it. Harris, wish to speak to it?
Yes, thanks. This has just come to us, although over a period of years it has come up and continues to come up. So what has happened is the school does have, including Main North Road, has crossings on both streets, Thomas Street, Main North Road, and then Emily Street, which is further over, but it hasn't on Balfour Street. So this is trying to conclude. We run a exercise here earlier on about if you needed various crossings, there's all different names, animals, wombats, bloody zebras, and emus, there's hundreds of animals. And you can have a different sort of crossing, or not quite 100, different sort of crossings, but when we done a survey earlier on, with the education department and others, it didn't show the numbers of cars. I think it was the student numbers just made it for the cars, but living in the area, you notice the difference that has happened, and the streets that included further up Balfour Street, around the corner into Rolfe and to California and that. So there's been a vast shift of the amount of people. Next year, I was going to say Channel 7, grade 7 will go into high schools and shift, but the education department thinks Nailsworth, which is now 640, 630 odd students, will go up further again. They actually want a 700 student sort of school. So this becomes pretty important to come across. We got a diagram there, and the diagram shows where it's proposed, or if it's going to happen, where it can go. And for those that do happen to go past it, right outside the school gates is I'm not sure what it is now, a no parking or no standing, but you can't stand there. So with vehicles, so what has happened there, particularly during the COVID thing, is became an area where parents have come and stood at number 11 and over there to pick up people. So a school crossing going there would go and as a proposal to number 11. I should actually have pointed out, I live at number 9, so it will affect me or have some sort of something to it, but I should have said that at the beginning, sorry. But we still have to talk to the people, and I'm half-hearted at this, but I believe any sort of crossing, and it'll only be used morning and afternoon during school times, that perhaps to talk to the rest of the people in Balfour Street. I still feel confident that's okay, but you know, it's going to affect their street, so that's not in there, but I think we should go. The only real concern I've got, and whether it is the cost that will come up later on, things like this, but also with the way to go or deputy to help fund the actual project. And I think all of us got a letter from Rachel Sanderson, and the hit that I sort of got from her, well, you're not going to get anything from the government. It's got to be you, and that's it. And I say it's to him, it might not be deliberate, but that's how I sort of read it. But I'm concerned if that falls through, does the actual project fall through? But I'm hoping there is no changes to what we got. The only thing of it, I didn't mention there at number 9, the only sort of thing is to question the other people in Balfour Street, maybe Roll Street, Emily Street wouldn't be very important because there's no houses to interfere with that. But unless I've got to answer, I really urge people to support this. The parents have chased this for years, and my kids went there the same, and we live opposite the school. We live straight opposite, so we know, and our parking people know, and the arguments, I even sent more photos the other day of, particularly when it's rained, it's finished. So unless people got anything else they'd like to say, I urge everyone to please endorse this, and hopefully we'll get it either built before Christmas or Christmas break.
Okay, well, second. Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it?
Look, not much more I can add apart from what Councillor Harris has mentioned, but I believe any preventive measures we can take for safety, particularly around our schools, is really important. I did want to ask the staff though a question on point number 4. What's the staff's dealings in the past been with Way to Go program? If you and do they actually have there been examples where they have partner funded? Because my understanding is it would need it's involved with the council, but I could be wrong. I just wanted to check.
Yep, thank you. Theo?
Just a very quick answer, and the director can let me know if I'm wrong. We've been talking to running this program. They're very positive. We're expecting that they, in fact, will be funding this. You've got to have it confirmed, but that's been. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Did you want to still flip to the?
Have I got anything wrong, Vincent? Sorry, through you, Chair.
No, that is effectively communication with Gulf.
So we're pretty confident.
Okay, good.
Because I did, that's actually really good to hear, because I sort of picked up the same vibe from the letter, from the member for Adelaide, that it wasn't, well, that's sort of my read on it, but if we can get 50% of it funded from the state government, through the department, that would be great as well. I think it's a very worthwhile project. The only thing I would say to this is, you know, if we implement something like this, are we going to need to look at something at all other schools as well? That's actually something to bear in mind. If that is the case, that's a real positive for the city of Prospect. If we do look at other schools as well, because safety around schools, we know with traffic, with pedestrians, it is a real issue, and it's not just conducive to one school. Obviously, I see a lot of it because I've been in that ward, and it is around Nailsworth a nightmare, and this would go a long way. But I am cognizant that we're not the only, that's not the only school that's got traffic issues as well. May need to look at that in the future as well. This type of thing as well.
Thank you. Councillor Group.
Look, just briefly, certainly support the motion and thank Councillor Harrison, chairperson of Nailsworth Primary School, who's been advocating very strongly for this for some time. I just one comment. I think other schools are well serviced around EV crossings. I think on the whole they're very well serviced apart from this one. I just had a technical question though. So our budget variation is going to be for the full amount, yet we're only paying half of it. Now I'm just wondering. Well, that's my reading of it. So the full cost is 35,000. It's going to be half funded by Way to Go. Is that because we have to pay and seek reimbursement from the government? And does that mean we'll have a positive budget adjustment in the future budget?
Take the question.
See ya, Director, through you, Chair.
Through the mayor, we're calling it out as the total project cost, we're delivering the project at 35. The rest of the resolution does do, in fact, that 50% of it's come from elsewhere. So in our budget, we show $35,000 project with $17,500. So in our budget figures, it is a $35,000 project. It's just where it's $7,500.
So answer your question, Councillor.
Look, as long as we're reflecting the income, it's almost the extent. So, so the true cost, so, and it might just be worth making sure everyone's clear about it. The true cost to council is actually 17,500, not 35. So I think it's a point worth making. I'd agree that in fact I responded to Member Fadlate's letter because I thought it was quite the opposite in terms of what we're proposing tonight. I was confused by that. So I could seek an answer to that. I haven't received one yet, but having had a little bit to do with Way to Go in a previous school my children were at, it seems to be a program that's very good at suggesting ways to get to school, but not very good at practicality. So I'm really pleased to hear that this is a tangible response from DIT. If you're listening, DIT, it's a great tangible. Say that again, DIT. It's a great tangible response to this issue. So I'm really grateful for that. So to commend the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Two questions. Well, first of all, I'll say I'm probably going to support this motion. But my first question is there a shop that you go and buy EV costings from and there's a price tag on the shelf that says this is going to be a $35,000 purchase and you put it into your trolley and go through the checkout? Or
I reckon I can
that
answer
figure
that
up?
question. No.
So are we firm on the numbers? Because we've just been through a whole process of projects, small project grants, but projects coming back to us, which have blown out significantly. So first of all, are we firm on those numbers?
So yeah,
As much as we can be, Deputy Mayor, we are. I mean, it's not a massive piece of infrastructure. We think we're pretty solid on it, and
Expensive paint then.
it may not be worded wonderfully, but it is subject to a 50/50 support.
And the second point is, as a colleague of ours sitting around the table raised when we were reviewing budget variations recently, budget's the budget. So, you know, if we can't afford it, then maybe we need to wait for the next budget process and put it in there. I'm not saying I follow with that logic every time, but we've just approved the budget and now we're approving a variation to the budget around an hour after we approved it. So I'm really hoping that, you know, we don't start setting a precedence for this and end up, you know, in a bit of a problem come second or third quarter.
well made, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers to the debate? Councillor De Backer.
Yes. Look, I was a bit more uncomfortable with the way this came to us. Now, obviously, I'm not in the inner circle of what's happening at the local schools. However, all schools, I'm really interested in the area of need. So this is saying other schools are well serviced. I'm just having a bit of an aerial look at Prospect North Primary School. They've got slow little triangular wheels, but I can't see any school crossing on the side streets. Exactly. So I'll certainly be getting in touch with them. So apparently Rachel Sanderson is giving out money from Way to Go. So I just think it's kind of picking winners a little bit. I know there's an election coming up, and I know someone's been lobbying hard. But hang on a second, I represent all the schools, independent and public, and that's the response I gave to the chairperson. And it would be considered. So, there may be another 3 of these come to us in the next. And again, it's not a bad thing, But I'm also going to say something else. We are doing it's a preferred method of transport, and it's increasingly popular of dropping kids to school via an automobile. We are ramping up spot checks and ticketing and all that kind of thing. And it'd be really good, better news story to say some of that revenue is going back into these initiatives. And I think that's the tough conversation we've got to have. This is part of the solution for safety, but what we actually need to address is the behaviour. So I would hope, as part of this, that could become an outcome. Say, well, we're doing this part. However, some of that revenue that we're getting from you doing the wrong thing is going back into these initiatives. So don't be surprised if we get another couple of schools coming back to us.
Thank you. Any further debate?
Question?
If it's a genuine question, Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't refuse it.
There might be two genuine questions. Given that we would be spending money to solve a problem, and we know there's a lot of congestion around the school at the start and end of the day, are we sure this is going to solve the problem? And also, what's the reporting of actual incidents of injuries, or are we looking for near misses to support spending money on this initiative?
They're the two questions.
Well,
I'll take them together.
the second question, which might be the third question, is the street on the other side of the school, which name escapes me. Why isn't that? Yeah. So why isn't that also being considered? Because I've
got to cross it.
I've got to cross it. Okay.
I'll take the first two questions. CEO, does this solve the problem? And what is the problem in terms of incidents?
I will have to refer that through you, Chair, for the direct on statistics.
Through the Mayor, in regard to the pedestrian movements, yes, this will make a very big difference. We need to be clear though, and this is in the body of the report, this is actually removing probably the order of 5 car parks. So you may find that it will cause some sort of secondary issue from that perspective. But seeing the principal issue raised is about pedestrian movements and safety, that issue will be satisfactory.
And the second question was, what's the number of incidents or near misses that have been reported to us?
From my understanding, there hasn't actually been direct incidents in this area. There's just endless reporting of near misses, I guess. There's an endless trail of communication on that matter, mostly from the resident number 11. And from our staff who've been on site, there is actually some very ad hoc pedestrian movements occurring in this area. So it is a dangerous situation. It is relatively low speed though, but it's children as well, I guess, and it's only a matter of time before something goes on.
Thanks. Thank you. Any further debate? Just from my perspective, a couple of things. Generally, we ask the school to part fund or work with us to get part funding for these sorts of crossings. That's been the case where they've been recommended. Most schools have a crossing, but not all schools have a crossing. That depends on how busy they are. Prospect North is about half the size of Prospect, or Nailsworth, about a third the size of Blackfriars. Prescott doesn't have one because they're smaller than Prospect North. So that you need to get the warrant up, as it's called in the report, the number of students crossing and the number of vehicles there. Because we like to think we control everything on our own streets, but we don't. We have to get permission to do these types of interventions on our network. The issue about whether this solves the problem or not is a really, really interesting one that we don't have time to do justice to tonight. Some would argue that this increases the risk, but it concentrates it in one place. Others would argue, really, just slow the whole street down and let people permeate the street. But you'd have to slow it down to 10 kilometres an hour to allow that fully pedestrianised environment to happen. Pretty hard to work out when you make that happen and when you don't. So schools have a 25k zone around them. Some would argue that's too high to allow full pedestrian permeability. So these aren't easy problems to resolve. From my perception, what generally happens is parents think that's where you should cross, Johnny or Joanne. So you get out of the car, you go up there, you cross there, and keep an eye on you until you do that. And don't let me see it not crossing there. So generally it changes behaviour in that it encourages people to funnel through that crossing, encourages the school to staff with their students, the crossing, and keep an eye on that sort of behaviour. So the best thing in my view is that it gets staff out onto the street to manage the behaviour. And in every instance I have with this stuff, I say to the principal, you've got to get out there, or someone very senior in your school, and make sure that people are accountable to you for their behaviour. That makes the biggest difference. If the crossing means they get a staff member out there, I'm happy with that. Okay, because that's effectively what happens. So just to fill in a few of those gaps. And just one little thing, Grosbeak North Primary School is in the seat of Enfield, not the seat of Adelaide, but notwithstanding that, there's always an MP somewhere, and they're always interested in those sorts of issues. So there also finally, I did discuss with the director earlier whether these are the only 4 properties to be consulted. The recommendation has turned into a motion. That's what it is at the moment. There's nothing stopping the staff letting the rest of the street know what's happening, because there has been a fair bit of correspondence from some people in the street, none from others, but we should let the whole street know what the status of this is. Thank you. Any further debate? It being none, Councillor Harris, to sum up.
Just a couple of brief things that raised, particularly the last thing you said about the correspondence or discussions being with the 4 odd houses there. But over my period of time, further up the street, people, particularly ones that go to the have often said and do continue to say there should be things done there. With the acting director or the director over there, with the accident situation, to my knowledge, I've only ever known 2 ambulance cases with children that ended up in the women's and children, and they were a long time ago. So they're not recent ones, but like the person at number 11, we deal there almost with Peter and others from our staff. And you said that main important thing, then it's got to be up to the parents to direct them to there, because wet weather is just shocking there. They're dropped off anywhere. So I honestly believe it will make a big benefit to the safety of the children going, because there has been quite a few of the near misses and various things. The lots of car parks are a little bit different to 5. I find it a bit hard because there's that one park next to the gate that hopefully we never want anyone to be there, that I sort of said at the beginning. And it used to be a competition between parents and doing the kiss and drop and teachers, but TM at the corner has taken over of that. They're at 7 o'clock in the 6 in the morning. So you don't have many parking spots, and if they lose parking spots, so be it, because they can park on their property. I was asked before I come, so I'll finish on this one, that the caution always comes with the crossing light. What actually happens on Thomas Street from Emily into Thomas, there's often a banking. Will this affect the banking going back to Main North Road? I don't believe it will, because it's far enough up that the cars coming more will be coming east to west, as opposed to, I'm not a wizard to answer both, but I see it as that. But I will tell you that through the school council and most of the parents there, will be very thankful if we do this for the sake of the children.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against, is carried unanimously, and good luck with field negotiation staff. 10.10, policy review, draft children and vulnerable persons safe environment policy. Somebody happy to move it in its current form? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's one, all the children and older people to, you know, do as much as we can to keep them safe. So it's off the review there, but I did note that on page 165 it talks about the exemption. It talks about that if one believes that the 7 days in a calendar year, we're not going to have much to do, anything to do with children, you can apply for an exemption. But I just wonder, how does that work? Because there's a parks days. I think We, a lot of the elected members attend citizenship ceremonies. We can go to 3 on a Monday, and there are children present. So can I ask a question? Some staff person, how's that going to work?
See ya.
I can refer it through you, Chair, to the director.
Yes, thanks. And through the chair, the way I read it, it's not an exemption that you have to apply for. It's more just a general understanding of you don't have that level of contact, you therefore not required to be covered in this way. The citizenship example, I think, is part of your question around, you know, is it full days? To me, it's whether it's 5 minutes or 5 hours across that day, you know it's a legitimate close interaction with children, then it would be a day where you've got that. If you have 7 of those in a year, yeah, 7 of those in, then potentially likely to be covered.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, I mean, I just do find it the reality of trying to make things work for say elected members. It's, you know, it's different if an elected member you perhaps say on a school council or on something you're just there actually attending, you don't have any interaction. There in full view. You know, I just find it's in reality how these things work. Anyway, I guess we'll find out.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Backer, do you wish to speak to?
And maybe just a question on a similar point. Look, I have no problems with elected members getting child safety clearances or whatever. I think it's probably a really good idea. But I just did want to have a question about sort of, public spaces, because I believe like the libraries and things like that, public spaces, is there a clause in regards to public places?
See ya.
Sorry, once again, through you, Chair, to the director.
Through the chair, look, my reading is it would depend on what role you were playing in that public space. If you're a visitor to the library, just because you're an elected member, I don't think there's any real connection there. I think quite poignant.
We'll take that answer that you've given us. Thank you, councillor. Anything further as seconder?
It's good to have, and I support it.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Group.
Look, first of all, thank you to the authors of the paper who have picked up some of the questions that some of us asked when this came out as an exposure draft. But look, I'm not going to actually support this tonight. It's very rare that I don't support things that are put up to us. There's certainly a requirement under that who should have it, who should have a working child check, who should. It's very, very clear. If you're in a prescribed position, you should have it. I happen to be in one of those positions in my day job, so I have one. But I don't think it should restrict us in terms of what we should do or what we could do. So what we're saying is under the law, we don't have to do something. But I think if I go back to my commentary before around the Indigenous naming of boards about leadership, why wouldn't we as a council say we want to lead in this space and we want to say our elected members have all been covered off by a working children check and a national police clearance. Don't have to do it. There's no cost for a working children check because we'll be considered volunteers. So there's no material financial impact for us as an organisation. And I can't see why we couldn't do that. And I was hoping that my commentary early on when we saw the exposure draft might help people come to that realisation, but I didn't get a lot of support around the table for that, so I accept that. But look, on that basis, I think the policy itself is fine and achieves what it needs to do from a legislative basis. I think that's fine. I just think we've missed an opportunity, or we are missing an opportunity here for us to actually put our hands up and say, we're going to do that. The risk is very low. We're not with young people, children under 18, by ourselves very often, if ever. But I think how good would it be for us as a council to say, this is an important issue for us. Child protection is an important issue for us. And we're going to lead by making sure that our members, even though we don't have to, are covered off by working children check and a national police clearance. So I might move an amendment. I wasn't going to, but I'll just let me test it. So number 3, that might need some help about whether this looked at the policy that the draft children and vulnerable persons safe environment policy includes the requirement for elected members to seek a national police clearance and work with children check.
Is that as a candidate to nominate for council?
No, this doesn't preclude anyone from being on council if they have a check. I mean, there are, it might.
You started saying when you're elected.
I guess I'm just leaving that a little bit open. But look, my view would be that some people will receive a national police clearance, which will have an offence on it. It could be, run a red light, or it could be, my favourite that I used to see in a previous job where we assess these, urinating in public. There are things that people do in their younger days that mean that it sticks with them, unfortunately. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be an elected member. It doesn't make us any lesser elected member. But I think it does allow us to be able to say that we have had these checks done. I don't think we can provision that as a candidate. I don't think we're allowed to do that. But I think what we can say is if you're elected member of City Prospect, this is an expectation you'll have. I'm happy to take any suggestions if I can, where it's 10:30, we'll go through another process in a minute.
Actually, right now, thank you for that. I was going to interrupt you, but I thought you might be coming to an end. But given that you haven't, I'll interrupt you at your indication. We have reached 10:30. We can't proceed without having a motion from elected members to continue. We have a number of items on the papers. So, Councillor Ripp, you're proposing?
Well, because we do have a number of items on the paper, hopefully we won't need to go this far, but I'm going to say 11:15.
11:15. Do I have a seconder for 11:15? Councillor Barnett, do you wish to speak to it? Any further debate on that item? I'll now put that item. Those in favour? It is unanimous.
Because I'm halfway through a motion.
Yeah, that's the way to get Councillor Clute on side.
If I wasn't talking, I might have said that.
Midnight hours.
Okay, sorry.
Yes,
Councillor.
so look, I'm happy to put that up. I'm happy maybe if I can, if you would be so indulgent, Mayor, to, if there's any concerns about that, to maybe raise now before we put it formally, but
Thank you.
The intent is around having it as a recommended.
I'll take that. Now, CEO, Manager Governance, need your advice. Firstly, is this ultra virus is the highest test?
I think potentially, unfortunately, yes, but on face value, because there is no, to my knowledge, but I'm happy for anyone else to advise, there's no real ability for us to force that on an elected member at any stage, whether it's just during the nomination process and the actual afterwards. And then the question would be, what would happen if there was an adverse outcome of the check, whatever that may be? We have no ability, to my knowledge, under the Act to then remove that member or some sort of prohibition on attending meetings or functions, or so I think that might be a bit problematic. Certainly, we could have a statement of intent that we perhaps encourage it as part of our.
Could I change the word requirement to option?
Yes.
I think you suggest that, or a recommendation. But your amendment.
Well, I'm happy with recommendations, so stronger than option. To the Manager of Governance's issue, though, and maybe it's one for another time in another place, but the issue about if there was a negative, particularly working with children check, come back, how do we deal with that? So it's a really good question.
But I think, sorry, through you, Chair, the actual, to actually require anybody to go through, it's also problematic. So this council can't necessarily force one of its.
No.
Okay, so if the word require is out, it's
Requires a
recommend.
problem, but recommendation, I'm sorry, through you, Chair, what does it mean? What if it's recommended and you go, well, thank you, but no?
But we could find ourselves with a council that all say, yes, we want to do it, and we use that as a very strong statement around child
But
protection.
through you, Chair, Councillor, if somebody said, well, look, for privacy reasons or because it's unnecessary, I'm not going to do it, and that raises the spectre of, well, gosh, what have we got to hide? So, it's inherently problematic.
okay, to take that CEO's advice that there's a number of issues. And what's running through my mind in answer to a question is we can solve the legality of it by changing a word. The effectiveness of it, I think if it goes to, in terms of leadership, I think the CEO's just outlined that that's easily undermined. And then the transparency of the effectiveness might also be a problem. So is this private information or would this be disclosed? I have no idea how that would be resolved. It would be my advice to you as chair is that this would be a request for staff to investigate rather than seeking to write policy on the run. I think there's a number of issues around this particular topic. Notwithstanding, I'm quite comfortable with your intent. Is that advice is coming back to you as the?
I take the point. I know there are hairs on this, no doubt, but I think it's an uncomfortable conversation we should have. So could I suggest then that staff investigate the option for the draft of to include the recommendation for. So then it's not part of the policy, it's just a recommendation beyond the
Sure.
policy.
And we know we can change the policy at any time.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So CEO can.
Yes. We can investigate.
Yeah. That's getting a thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay, so you're happy with that as an amendment?
Happy with that, and we can also take it in parts.
Yes.
Just as an issue later on, before I forget.
We did take it in parts. But if you finish speaking to that amendment, I'll now seek the indulgence of the move and second to incorporate. Councillor Barnett, yes or no?
I have a query about to include recommendation for elected members, plural. I'm just trying to tease out whether that's the whole body of elected members, the whole council, or is it for an elected member?
Can I answer that and say leave that to the staff? It's an investigation. Can I just need a yes or a no?
Right, we're just investigating.
It's a yes, thank you. Councillor De Backer is second. Are you happy to incorporate? It's a yes, and I seek leave of the meeting. All those happy to incorporate? Those against incorporating? It is carried and thus incorporated. Okay, Councillor Britt, you probably run out of time unless there's something else you want to add. Is there any further debate to this item? Happy to take it in parts. Councillor Biggs.
Oh, just, look, I was just a bit mystified by this because I'm happy to go along with it all, but this is probably my third year. A lot of you guys a lot more. Just can't see where we're going to work with children. So I couldn't really get the gist of it. If someone can perhaps tell me different, you started the little bike race, that's possibly the closer children. But other than that, I don't know, I just don't really get what it's all about.
I think I'll take it as an invitation to address it as speaking to the motion. The mayor, any mayor, is more exposed to kids than any other member. I'd suggest, unless you're doing a lot of work with a school, you're probably doing that under another hat. At NAIDOC week today, I addressed 65 kids from Nailsworth Primary. I'm at the front, they're sitting on the floor. Opening a gallery exhibition where the kids are there, there's their art. Waving the flag at the, that in the old days, used to have that street party thing, way back there. What I think this will do is investigate is the staff will need to go away and have a think about that. And they'll also need to address the questions more fully raised by Councillor De Backer about, well, what happens in the library? Does it suddenly mean that elected members have a higher duty of care to kids in the library than other parents of other parents' children? What does this mean? Are we tying ourselves up in knots for no reason? Underlying this is that elected members will have to pass a higher test than ordinary citizens. And I think that also needs to be addressed in the investigation. And that goes to the point of legality around whether that's actually lawful or whether it's actually desirable. And I think if you think about that a bit further, you start thinking, okay, we're now starting to shape the sorts of elected members that we want. And that might not be a bad thing, but we should think about that before we put it in our policy. And I hope the investigation will also touch upon that in a way which makes us think about it. In terms of my interaction with children as the mayor, I would suggest that I'm at higher risk. However, my interactions are always in very public places. And are not under my care and control. I'm presiding over an event that has children in it rather than leading the event. I'm not organising the event. I'm not corralling the children into a particular space. They come with parents, with carers, with teachers, whatever. So I think it would be helpful for them, for you to have surety that the mayor doesn't present a risk to the children, vulnerable people, and therefore to the council. Whether that should extend to all elected members, I look forward to the investigation, what that reveals to us. Notwithstanding, elected members get involved in other aspects which aren't under the supervision of council staff, perhaps as representatives of council, perhaps purporting to be representatives of council, where they would interface with children. So there's another aspect to this matter. Does this give us comfort that no matter what interaction the elected members having, we're confident they're less of a risk because we've had those people have been checked? And again, I don't know the answer to that, but you can imagine that people end up in governing councils of schools or at kids' events and sports days. And should we care? I don't know the answer to that. So, investigation will be interesting, I'd suggest. That's just my perspective, but thank you for raising that question. Is there any further debate on these three items? Sorry, Alan. Councillor Harris.
It was going in three parts. You're lucky I'll vote for the first two and not the third one. And very sorry that one of the councils raised it because I'm very fond of his children. And so I have nursed them at the time. So I've actually, I might say, I've actually got the clearances. So I'm opposed to it, but I have actually got them because it's through the school and through being a JP. So I've got them, but I have very cautious sort of ideas. Someone over here just said they'd done something years ago and it's still on their report and that. I was amazed, and I don't mind talking about mine, but I got an answer back from the government or whoever they are, the police or whatever, with the when I went and got my national police one. And my kids, I let them open it up because I thought it was my driver's license. And I was amazed I had so many offences over the years, none with children I might add, but had these sort of things
Traffic
that I wanted. Oh, yeah, maybe there was other things too, but I will tell people privately if they want. But and that's the gist of it, because someone that does some things wrong, and I'll give you a couple of them, it is through this council here. They took me to court. Two dogs attacking someone, and so that becomes an offence that I didn't even realise because it was nearly 30 years later that I had. But there was a few assaults and a couple other things that were a bit different. But when you grow up and become a different sort of person, you might not want to have people know these things, particularly if they're not going to interfere with being a councillor or whatever. And you raised the point of how confidential is some of this sort of stuff. So I'm very hesitant to, and I'm not going to support number 3, because I believe if you're going to end up with children, and you just pointed out some of the things and that, I have a children's clearance one because I'm on the school council, that's where I got it. And so I go with 11 or 14 other people, and I have a clearance, and it's for 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock at night, and parents walk in and out of that gate all day, hundreds of them, and they stay there longer than me. So I'm not happy with 3, but if a councillor was put into a position that they had to, and with Vince over there, it did happen with the previous director, not the previous director, previous one to him, had men working in the school doing the oval and cutting the grass, and they got stopped by the school and said you need children's clearance because you're in here. So that director took them out, put them on the other side of the fence, and kept working. So I'm opposed to it, although I support that having these clearances if you're working with children.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Barnett, do you wish to sum up?
I think most probably some questions have been answered, others most probably still haven't. I've got one my mind about whether members of parliament should go down this line as well. Anyway, enough said.
Thank you. That concludes debate. All those in favour of part 1? All those, thank you. It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 2? Carried unanimously. All those in favour of part 3? All those against part 3? Part 3 is carried. Okay, thank you. Members of Parliament don't even have a code of conduct, Councillor Barnett. That'll be the same members of Parliament that passed the law saying that we had to have a code of conduct.
I know.
10.11. Sorry, starting to get worked up a bit there. Nailsworth Hall upgrade works. Heard at the workshop, report reflects that discussion. I understand somebody happy to move that way as per the papers. Councillor Rip, wish to speak to it.
Yeah, look, I'll move this way to get it onto the floor, and I think, again, the acting director of infrastructure for coming to us recently, bringing this to, and I guess giving council ownership in the final decision.
Sorry to jump in. So sorry. The director has advised me the number in part 4 is not 16,000, it's 39,000 due to an interpretation of dollars elsewhere. So just so you're aware, sorry.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Very sorry.
Appreciate it. Obviously, still happy to support it and seek the elected members' full support of it as well. I will say that I am disappointed that it took the finding of this money to bring it to this point, but look, it's one of the final projects that hasn't been managed well. I guess it's our last run of those to see us through, and I do thank the acting director for bringing this to our attention early, allowing us to be part of that final decision-making process and giving us ownership, particularly of what we saw at the workshop. I am encouraged by point 3, though, that even though that money has been found in the budget, it will be going towards those type of things at the hall upgrade. So the intent of the DDA building upgrade budget will be correctly used in its intent at Nailsworth Hall. Although the one thing I would say is that if that money wasn't found, we would have a huge shortfall in this project, which I'm bitterly disappointed about, that due to poor project management practices in the past, it's got to this point. But hopefully this will be the last one of these incidences with our projects, with our new project management system. We'll be able to power onwards and upwards. But I'm glad that the money has been found, because it would be so disappointing and it would be so underwhelming to deliver what was proposed in the $200,000 budget of work. So I do hope this can get passed tonight, so we can have a proper Nailsworth Hall upgrade.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
Yes, I'm glad they're going to do this hall because it's on the other side of the ladder, and currently that's in the health area. So I was waiting for yourself. No, look, I'm glad it's been done. I'm not going to go too much what happened before, because what's happened is what's happened. So finally this gets back onto the budget and back moving again. I was actually at 2 places in the last couple of days, Kindy Gym and another place, and they're looking for areas to expand and work, and they're very good community groups for our area and stuff like that. So I'm excited, you know, that these sort of projects are going to be fixed up, and hopefully I would say by the end of this year, early in the next year, it's going to be available for people to use. So I hope people support it, and let's get on and do it.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Backer.
Can we take it in parts?
Okay.
And then I'll speak to it. But we had this discussion a few weeks ago, and we said, oh, we've done this money in DDA compliance. In the meantime, I think she had a discussion with a resident in regards to Prospect Oval, in which he inquired over 3 years ago about the terrible access there and the embarrassment he felt when a guest of honour who was with vet couldn't access the nearest function area. Now, that it's not just people in wheelchairs, it's people with accessibility issues, people with prams. That issue's been ongoing for years and years, and to know that we've had $120,000 sitting there is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. And now, whether that's the onus on the club or us as the owner of the property, or a denizen leaseholder, it has to be addressed. So I'll be supporting 1 and 2, but I think we have to show it as, my preference would not be to use it for that. Like, you know, okay, yes, there is going to be accessibility issues, but I think there's other things that have not been set. So I'm not going to support 3 and 4. And I think if we're going to do a budget variation, we should just do it for the full amount and really look at, again, on areas of need around the city, not just because we've got this project. So in principle, yes, but like having learnt that in the last few weeks, and I'll certainly forward that comment from the resident back to the team. Yeah, I won't be supporting 3 and 4 for that reason.
Thank you. Any further debate?
Can I just get clarity on the 30?
Councillor Pearce. 30, yeah,
So
39.
we had the budget of 200, which went up to 335, so that's 135. And then if 3 gets up, 119 of that, so it's not much, but it's 36, is that right or not?
Okay, CEO, can we seek clarity on the 39? I must admit, I haven't done the maths on that.
It was originally in 416,
Yeah,
so 335 is 200 to 135. That's 119, it's 36. Is that how it works?
Through you, Chair, Acting Director.
All right, so the 39 is the, comes about, it's in the first line of the discussion comments below the resolutions, where there was $23,000 spent on design on the building that was originally budgeted for in the 1920 financial year, that wasn't actually spent in the current financial year. So what I've had to do is actually cover that $23,000 as part of the variation. So it's overall, it's $177,000 out of the $200,000 budget that's left, plus $119,000 plus the $39,000, which is the requested variation, which gives you the $335,000.
Councillor, follow that.
No. Well, not really.
So basically,
So we had 200.
we had 200, we
Yep.
spent $23,000 on design.
Yep.
That $23,000 was actually budgeted for the previous financial year, but wasn't actually spent then, it was brought forward to this financial year. The budget wasn't brought forward, so we still only had $200,000. So instead, 200,000 less than 23, give us 177. On top of that, we're adding the 119. And on top of that, then to round out to the 335, we need an additional 39,000. So
Thank you, Director. Councillor.
Oh, look, I had to put it on paper. So it's a bit hard. It's pulling from one year to another year. Yeah, not totally fits. Yeah.
CEO, I understand this has been through the corporate services team and cross-checked. Is that correct? Would it help?
So Chair, we do appreciate that we are using that DDA upgrade budget.
Could you just address the 23?
Yes, no, the 23 was indeed not brought forward. We have to find the money for that in this budget, hence the need to add it in. So yes, the financing.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor?
No, I can see the 23 plus the 16. I'm a bit mystified why the 16 was there. I'm still taking. It's no big deal. We had 200 to come to 335. Isn't that 135? Yep, that's sort of the same there. And then we're going to fund it with the 119, which makes 36. Then it came down that report that we need a further 16. So I'm wondering where that 16 should be 36.
Sorry. So originally we were saying we had.
CEO,
budget-
I'll take it that the Director wishes to add some more to this.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Director.
Sorry, apologies. So originally we had 200,000, we added 119 on that, which gave us 219,000. We needed 16,000 to get to 335. So 319 plus 16 is 335.
So you take that 200, you take 23 off that. Right?
So off, and then because of that, the 23,000, we need to add the 23,000 to the 16, give us 39, sorry, 39,000.
So in simple terms, the 335 is comprised of the 200 plus 119 plus a 16 budget variation, but there's a design fee. that is not accounted for yet, that needs to go somewhere. So if we don't include it in this motion, it'll show up as another budget variation anyway. That 23 takes it up to 39 and therefore 358,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's confusing.
Yeah, well, yeah. So 358 should have.
So it should have said three, instead of 335, should have said.
Net.
Yeah, we've got that before us. That's the explanation in terms of the 23. It's already going to be variation. So anything further, Councillor Pearce?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate on this one? Councillor Barnett?
Yes, just in respect to part 3, with our DDA building entrance upgrades, is Prospect oval access, particularly say to the net or upstairs, is that anywhere on our list of these projects?
Kind of. The footy club are going to come to us pretty soon and ask us to endorse their grant application to shift the gym and the bar around. As part of that, they need to build a kitchen upstairs. The location for the kitchen they've identified is the current room that we have the afternoon tea in. That will mean we won't be having afternoon tea in that room. The discussion then is, well, where do we have it? They've offered the very old bar at the southern end of the grandstand. I've said, that's historically quirky, but no. See, what's wrong with us being on the floor of the function space? They've gone, all right, if you're happy with that. That is serviced by a lift. Okay, so that will solve that problem once and for all, and we'll all be incredibly happy. It will not solve the problem of how we sit in the stand and get to it, but we'll go down the steps, onto the concourse, across the front, up the steps, and in the main function centre. That's easy. If you're in a wheelchair, you'll go into the function room and stay in the function room for the whole game. So there'll be a different, I imagine we'd rearrange ourselves if we knew someone had a mobility issue. We may shift the whole crowd inside there or some of the crowd, whatever. But we will have a much, much, much better scenario than the suboptimal, let's just call it that scenario at the moment.
So that encourages me to vote for part 3.
Sorry, Councillor Brooke.
Look, my apologies, I wasn't here for the conversation at the workshop on this. I just got a couple of very, very quick questions. The first is the DDA building entrance upgrade budget. Is that a recurrent budget?
So
No, Chair.
no.
So it's put in just for this year? I presume it's a 21-22 budget.
That's a 2021 budget, as I understand it. Yes, for this current.
Oh, certainly. Okay. So,
So that'll
maybe
be-
the question is, are we carrying forward that budget?
I understand that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Right. And what was that budget initially intended for last financial year?
CEO.
This financial year.
Well, I was just told it's for last financial year. So.
It's for the, what's the 29th, whatever it is today.
Yeah.
So it's-
Sorry,
yeah.
this point taken.
Yeah.
This financial year, sorry.
Well, sorry, councillors, for what it says. DDA building.
I'm
Was
just
there any
thinking,
defined projects under
Oh,
that?
well, look, I'm not sure, sorry, through the chair to the director. I think it was allocated, the former director had, I think, a series of projects that were going to come back to us. That hasn't occurred, that's why we're sitting here on one day to go with 119 that haven't been applied.
yes.
So perhaps can we ask the director
Sure.
to answer in more detail, what were those projects and is there an allowance in the budget we've just approved to do some of those?
Next question.
Thank you, Chair.
Through the mayor, a couple of things there. There is no budget specifically called out next financial year for DDA purposes. Any work we do on any building that we do for that will include bringing to current DDA requirements, but there's no specific separate budget. In regard to the projects originally envisaged, although there was actually, as part of the Disability Discrimination Act, bringing together that action plan and the like, as far as I can tell, there isn't actually a list of projects in there at this point that will define to be delivered. I've been able to find those projects. So yes, I can find the intent of it. I can find out why it was funded, I guess, with the and what it's going to grow into, but I couldn't actually find the details of any specific project.
Thank you. Councillor, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Final question, just in terms of, and sorry, it's probably,
Great. Councillor Group has the floor.
apologies if it's here, but I can't see it. So we are maintaining the concertina door, the accordion style door in between the two spaces, or with the additional money that's going to be there with an acoustic wall? That's a question, please.
I'll just take the question, I presume. CEO, the director.
The director chair was nodding, so.
I just wanted to, okay, thank you. And just to clarify, I know the answer is, but just to clarify, the money from this current financial year, which we're carrying over to next year for the DVA building entrance upgrade budget, is not being used for any DVA purposes in Nasmith Hall. Is that correct?
Can I just confirm that there
Well,
are
through the
some,
chair, yes, there are some aspects that are indeed would apply in that category. Not the whole amount, councillor, but a lot of it, or a portion of it.
all right, thank you. Any further debate on this item? Councillor Rick, wish to sum up.
All I can say is I urge you to please support this. I believe it was asked to be taken apart, so fully think that you support all parts. Wonderful.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Taken in parts. All those in favour of part one? Against part one? Stay unanimous. All those in favour of part two? It's carried unanimously. All those in favour of part three? All those against part three? It's carried. All those in favour of part four? Those against part four? That is carried. Okay, thank you. That concludes that section of our agenda. Section 11, general. Well, I'm getting excited about something. General business of an urgent nature. Are there any items of an urgent nature? Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, would you accept a motion without notice at this point?
Is it, well, I'm bound by the rules that we have collectively set. Is it urgent? Can it not wait till the next meeting?
No.
We'll have to test the floor. So leave of the meeting will be required. So what is the nature of the item? Then I'll seek leave and then we'll get on with it.
Do you want to read it out or?
That might help.
Okay, so the council sincerely thanks our departing CEO Nigel McBride and appreciates that although only with us for a short period in the role, his leadership and approach has certainly made a strong contribution to the city of Prospect and the wider community, and that we wish him well in his future endeavours.
I'm certain we'll get leave of the meeting for that. All those that's in favour of hearing that item as an urgent matter? Against? It is thus taken. Leave is granted.
It's not magic, it's up there already.
And that by some magic, Deputy Mayor, the Minutes Secretary has translated that into a written form. And now you are moving that as a motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
Look, only just to just reinforce what I've said there, that you know, we employed Nigel, and it was a bit of a left to centre, out of the sector appointment. We took a risk. I think the risk has paid off. Well, there might not have been enough time, enough water passed under the bridge to achieve everything that Nigel wanted to achieve, but do thank you for your contribution. Some of the ideas that you brought to the table certainly been exciting and helped kick our minds into a different gear about how we should approach things like economic development. And so, yeah, we appreciate your contribution. I'm sure your staff appreciate your leadership and guidance through a difficult time over the last couple of years. It's very easy to forget that 12 months ago we were in, you know, all sorts of strife. So yeah, just to reinforce that we thank you for what you've done in a short period of time and wish you all the best in your future endeavours.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Group, wish to speak to it.
Look, I think the Deputy Mayor has summed it up very, very nicely. I think if we think back to when Nigel started, the beginning of this building, I think it was one of your first events, CEO was the opening of this building, and then we went into this COVID thing, and I thought you showed incredible leadership through a COVID pandemic. It's something that you probably won't have to do again, hopefully, none of us will. But I really appreciate your leadership through that in terms of keeping us safe, keeping the staff safe, and keeping our community safe and well looked after. So I'm disappointed you're not going to be here longer, I think you've made an incredibly good contribution to City of Prospect. I love the fact that you are different to what we've had in the past. So I think we're the better for that, having had you here all the only 18 months. But also wish you very, very well with whatever is next, and hopefully you look back to us and see what's going on in the future and smile over a glass of wine and think about your time here. So thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Pearce?
Well, it's not really a debate.
Are you preempting the result?
Look, I think Nigel's been, when he was appointed, when David rang me and said he was appointed, I was extremely excited, having in mind his background, etc. And it's proven that in his time here. And I'm disappointed he's going because he's done so much, I think. And he's going to have big shoes to fill. We'll be interested to see what we get next. But yeah, sorry, very sorry to see you go on.
Further speakers shall ask. Well, Councillor Barnett.
Yes, thank you, Nigel. I've really enjoyed our chats and just, yeah, very sorry that you're going, of course, but that's life. So, you know, enjoy those good wines.
Thank you.
Councillor Rip.
Just really want to thank Nago and CEO for particularly leadership during COVID-19, very difficult period it's been for everyone. And I know that you've really taken it in your stride to look after the staff and work with us as best as you can. And I know the staff appreciate that from comments I've had as well. What I particularly appreciate is when you came here, we had issues with the lack of accountability and getting things back to the council in an efficient time, getting answers to questions, getting some particular things happening on projects, and you've definitely been able to get a lot of improvement in that space, a lot of improvement in efficiencies, project management, I guess accountability, and we're the better for that now. And we'll keep building, absolutely keep building on that. So I appreciate what you've done and how you took on board what I said earlier in the term, and we've definitely seen a lot of improvement. So I'm actually, and I said this in the review committee meeting, disappointed to see you go, but really thankful for the leadership you brought to us.
Further speakers. Councillor Back.
Brief, I won't say something if I don't like to, but I'll say something more, something in a more private setting. But thank you very much.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, because if I don't say something, then they'll. Actually, when you came, I thought, bloody hell, here comes another Yabby. And he doesn't come from local government and possibly has a few different opinions than I have on certain things in life. And that was 12 or whatever months ago. I think it's not good that you left, leave me, but left, and I would like to see you stay a bit longer, but good luck to you, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
I always say these meetings go on far too long because people talk to all these motions, but this is one that we have to all say something. And we're still got about 8 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. And I would be faster if you didn't speak
Actually,
twice.
probably fill that up.
Yeah. From my perspective, Nigel, we were really excited that you put your hand up for the role. We're excited by the presentation. We love what you brought, and I'm saddened that COVID kind of put a real dent in the flow that I think you'd established. But you pivoted and were able to help us reinvent what we offered in a way which I think was just delightful. Some of the things that the events team got up to under your guidance, and notwithstanding the great team you've got working for you, was just, I think, a real breath of fresh air in how we dealt with our interface with the community. I think leading us through a really tough community plan exercise, they are never fun. And I think you were able to interpret what we wanted without it getting overworked. I think you had a good hand on the tiller in that process. And you know, not everything's been easy. It never is in local government. But a highlight was today, again, hearing from the Kaurna elders and the people in that process that how delighted they are about the memorandum of engagement that you've penned. You know, thank you for saying that I had a look at it, but I did commas and full stops. You wrote the intent, the love that is in that document and the respect for the Kaurna people and what we're trying to achieve is immeasurable. And I think that's incredible talent that you've got. And to hear that as recently as today, I think is a credit to you. So from all the things that you've done here, in the crazy world of local government that you put your hand up for, that I hope you go away remembering all the good bits. You know, I'd really encourage you to remember things like that, which I think go to the core of what we do, which is we touch on so many aspects of people's lives that they never really appreciate how broad our remit is. And that is just but one example of something that in your earlier lives, in your earlier jobs, you may never have the opportunity to do. And I just commend you for being here, for doing that. And I really am going to miss you. I agree with everyone else. We're saddened to see you go. I hope you find something to do that doesn't drive your good wife bananas because you're at home. And certainly, I would also commend you to drink wine, but I don't want you to think that that's all we think you do. I wish you well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. That's great.
Also appreciate that we're having something for you next Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for putting something formally on the papers in the council minutes. Did you wish to respond, CEO?
Look, thank you, Chair. Look, can I just say it's been an extraordinary journey. It's going to be about 21 months. I know it's blurred by for many people. It also feels like a lifetime. I will say this, and I just go to Councillor Rick's view on accountability. Yes, there's 5 people in leadership who aren't here any longer because they weren't prepared to be accountable. They weren't prepared to have a culture of accountability. And I was really concerned when I got here about the lack of responsiveness, the lack of transparency. And I understand that that's created a trust issue which needs to be responded to. I'm hoping we're towards the end of that issue. I think the transparency we're seeing now, even though some of the truth's hard to take, like $25 million, and you still don't get more than 1 in 20 years, are bitter pills to swallow. But the fact is, you are sophisticated decision makers, and you will be presented with those facts going forward. I just want to really acknowledge the ELT and the people who deliver constantly, faithfully, loyally, time and time again, like we did tonight with budget, like we've done with community plan. I love the fact that we're dealing that this council is leading the way in what I hope will be a very, very special time with the Kaurna people that they hope will be an example for other councils to follow, and maybe even the state government, who knows. But it has been an extraordinary, interesting time. It's been a rich tapestry of things from rooster complaints all the way through to Makarrata treaties. I don't think you can get a more diverse role. And yeah, look, I felt, it was hard for me to feel like I'm drowning in the minutiae. But that's the nature of local government. You are down at street level. You're dealing with real people with real issues. And sometimes, that's the nature of the microscope. But I've got to say, I thank you for your putting up with everything that you put up with while I'm here. But I've also appreciated the fact that even though we couldn't because of COVID and frankly because of budget and all kinds of other reasons, we didn't really fly as high as I would have liked. The blue sky kind of turned grey pretty quickly, and there's all kinds of reasons for that. But I'm pleased to lead this council knowing that the vision and the hunger that you've got to be different, intentionally different. I think Alison, you said the little city that can. I remember that in the early days. This is the small city that can, and I think that's an outstanding legacy. So thank you for everything you've done by always supporting it.
We show our support for the motion by acclamation. It was carried unanimously. Thank you very much, CEO, for that, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for moving it. Well, that's up to you, elected members. We have some reports of information. I just want to know whether anybody wishes to pull any of these out. Otherwise, we'll move them on block. The Mirror Monthly Activity Report, the Community Consultation Outcomes Draft Annual Business Plan and Budget Report, as we've seen before. No, the Chief Executive Officer's Statement on Financial Sustainability Annual Business Plan has to be prepared and is before us. No. The Eastern Waste Management Authority Board meeting minutes. Does anybody wish to call that? No. Somebody happen to move them on block? Councillor Barnett. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ripp. There's no debate. All those in favour? They're all carried unanimously. Thank you. That leaves us with a we have council member reports and briefings. Can I just have an indication by hand if there are any? No. Good. That leaves us with motions on notice, questions on notice, and the confidential matters. Now, elected members, we are able to deal with those tonight, but we must extend to deal with them. The issue under the confidential items is the appointment of an acting CEO, which must take effect from the 10th of July, which is not far away. We can call a special meeting to do that, but that will mean we have to come back together to do that. I would suggest the most expeditious way of dealing with these matters is to extend the meeting times. It's my recommendation to you. Do I have someone who wishes to move that way? Councillor Rip.
Move to extend to 11:45 meeting.
Move to 11:45. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it? There'll be further debate. All those in favour? Against, it is carried. Twice Councillor Groot has voted for an extension of time in one night. In one night. Mark this date down.
Sorry, I thought there was a no, sorry.
Yeah, no, you did not. Your hand was slightly slower than everyone else's, but it went up with a yes. Okay, let's get stuck into it. Motions on notice. One of these is already through, of course, but 14.1 we had yet to deal with from Deputy Mayor Matt Larwood regarding waste management and rate administration in multi-unit dwellings. Custom is that we read it, but there is no compulsion to read the motion. Over to you, Deputy Mayor.
If I read the motion out, I think we'd have to extend the meeting again. So I don't
Just
think
say
I'm going to. Look, this motion was brought to our attention really by a petitioner, came to us in the April council meeting, and I'd also like to thank manager, I was going to say director, but manager of governance for helping put the words together. So to me, this makes common sense. It's probably something which is a bit overdue, given how much multi-unit dwelling activity we've had in the council over the last 5 years, and I think it's a responsible path to go down. I think it's quite reasonable that we investigate. Just noting that we're exploring the feasibility, so we're not committing to anything because there's likely to be costs and benefits that will come out of this and decisions made around rating policy and a whole lot of other things. We're also not Robinson Crusoe here in the sense that many of the councils have either looked or are looking at this same issue, and East Waste is, as per the fifth part of the motion, working on an investigation into this very topic. Given that it's prevalent and it's already come to the attention of East Waste, I'm glad that we're on board with doing something about it. Anything that comes out as a result of this, there's many moving parts to it, so it's not going to be like a 2-week turnaround for a decision. It might not be that we get any real headway. Hopefully within the next 12 months or the next budget cycle would be ideal, just to keep it moving along. I ask everybody to consider the motion and look forward to the debate.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett, wish to
Yes,
speak to
I
it?
think it's an excellent, well, hopefully a solution in the making. I think that I don't think it's a problem that's going to go away. And quite frequently we do get petitions come to us, and sometimes we can't really do all that much about it. But I think this is a good way for us to go, and hopefully it can be a solution for us, and particularly for our managing our waste and trying to get better solutions.
Thank you. Further debate?
Just
Councillor
quickly, if we want to get something like this into consideration, say for the next budget cycle, when do we anticipate that first meeting would be to get items coming to us for consideration in that draft budget? Would that be like February next year, or is it? Because I actually do want to put some time around this, because otherwise it could just get lost in the list of so many things that come up.
I asked this question, and if I recall my briefing from staff, the process running through East Waste may have another 6 months to go to conclusion. We may get an interim report advising us where it's at before then. If East Waste say, here's what we recommend, and that's to do something, that will need to be endorsed by all member councils in order to inform East Waste's budget, which means they'll need to buy at least one other vehicle. That takes time to produce. It would be incredibly lucky for them to line all that up to be able to start collections on the 1st of July next financial year. So let's just get our expectations in the right place. This needs due consideration, but there are some decision-making delays because of the nature of the subsidiary, and then there are some delays due to getting a vehicle manufactured. I don't think they buy a second-hand one, for example. So, and then there are some other requirements. So it's possible it could be for the next budget, but I think probably unlikely.
Right.
Okay, any further debate? Can I just add, in terms of debate inside them, have every expectation that rates will need to increase to do this. We don't currently offer this service. We already charge rates of these properties. Can't really justify charging them more, but we can charge everybody more to accommodate the service. So let's just be mindful that whatever we do here is going to cost us more money, and we can argue about why we don't do it, all that sort of stuff. Just understand that. I am absolutely in support of us doing it because I think it's completely unjust that we don't do it. More so, we're not optimising the collection of recyclates or food organics from these buildings. Some of them are doing it, but very, very few are doing it well. And I just think we owe it to them. If we're really keen on being green and maximising our resource use and reuse, we've got to do this. And also because we've said we are supporters of high density, we can't hand on heart say we're happy with that, but not do this bit. So I commend the motion. I look forward to what we get back. Any further debate? Deputy Mayor, you should sum up.
Just two things. So this is another good example of whilst it only affects a segment of our population, everyone needs to bear the cost. And it's the same argument as there's 5 streets in Prospect that are mainly bearing the consequences of stormwater, but everyone should, share that cost amongst everybody because there's examples throughout the whole city there. So I don't have any problems backing it, supporting it. And the problem won't go away, it'll just increase. So that the sooner we can deal with it, the better. And there's probably a whole range of things that will come out of this investigation. And some of them will be, we need to buy a $25 trillion truck to deal with it. But some of them will also be, novel and innovative solutions that will come to light through putting some time into thinking about it. So I'm looking forward to seeing a range of recommendations coming back as a result of this process. And maybe some of them we can start putting in place through educational processes, and some of them will be more longer term. But yeah, the sooner we get this underway, the sooner we can get a handle on it and deal with it.
That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 14.2, notice of motion from Councillor Alison De Backer regarding the India Community Sites Model of Service and Revenue Stream Identification Major Projects Update Reporting. Councillor De Backer.
Not going to read it out. In summary, we want to report in September. We want to consider KPIs for the incoming Chief Executive Officer on the usage of the PP and the Nailsworth Hall, and we receive a report on the associated vacancy rates. And if I can thank an elected member for pointing to the fact that section 2.6 of the annual business plan, it provides guidelines for developing and the annual business plan, including that all new staffing proposals should be justified through a business case. In the instance of the new bookings and activities officer, this is not the case. In fact, we have no idea how much the time the position actually requires, nor what the impact is going to have. So I think it's really important, and I encourage you all to support the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rick, wish to speak to it?
Other than that, I just think it's just fundamental good practice. I mean, we've spent so much money getting this beautiful building here, and we need to make sure it's used to its capacity. And same with Nailsworth, where we're investing for 35,000, that's correct, 335,000, upgrading that, what would be the point in then not setting KPIs to maximise community use? So I just think it's down to practice, I think.
Okay, any further debate? Councillor De Backer, do you wish to sum up?
No, I don't.
That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against, is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 14.3 we have already dealt with. Item 14.4, the notion of motives from Councillor Alison De Backer, signage at North Adelaide Football Club. Over to you, Councillor.
In summary, it's been going on for 3 years. It's the replacement of the Robert Lewis stand signage. And we're going to look into it and consider the installation of appropriate signage. It may be that the leaseholders, the Adelaide Football Club, may have to look at remediation because they can't find the old sign. Anyway, it's something that's been hanging around for 3 years and needs to be dealt with. It's a shame it's come to council. Please support it.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it. Any further debate? No need to sum up your own excellent speech, Councillor. Because you can't add anything new, that concludes the debate. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Questions with notice. So item 15.1 is from Councillor Twin Nguyen, who's not here tonight. So I'll ask it from the chair. Will the administration be applying for the round 6 of the Safer Communities Fund? If so, the administration consider applying for the fund and any other available grant funding opportunities, CCTV, lighting, fencing, for example, to put towards improving the safety at Irish Heart Reserve? The answer provided to me by the Director of Infrastructure and Environment is we're currently reviewing the criteria for this grant fund, but do not believe that we will be eligible due to already receiving financial assistance through the Local Government Financial Assistance Act 1995. We're in communication with the grant administrator to confirm this detail. We are, though, currently preparing a draft application for council endorsement for the Community Recreation and Sport Facilities Program 2021-22, in brackets CRSFP, in brackets. Oh, thank you for providing that for me. For the Irish Heart Reserve Upgrade Project. This grant closes on the 4th of August 2021. Okay, and that answer will be printed in the minutes. Item 15.2, Depot Field Staff. Question with notice from Councillor Alison De Backer. The question is published there, so I'll do the same. I'll read that out for you. As part of the transition to utilising the Campbelltown Depot facility for our council services, it may have been understood that overall service levels of the previous model would increase. Can it be clarified if this was the intention? If not, can some rationale be provided for the extra resources being absorbed by Prospect at present, and what the plan is for service into the future, e.g. long-term solution, and what is the plan to explore a feasible model and location into the future? The answer, as on the screen, will be included in the minutes. As part of the move to Campbelltown Depot facility, it was independently assessed that additional staff resources of 1 FTE would need to be mobilised to offset the time loss of travel between the new depot location and the City of Prospect. This was costed into the decision-making process and was to support the maintenance of current service levels. As we go forward, further review should occur in relation to the depot location, model of service and operational impacts. With the current agreement being in place, we have a 2-year window to explore options and opportunity for improved delivery outcomes and efficiency. Middle paragraph, we didn't think answered the question. So it should not be included in the response that goes in the minutes. Thanks, Minutes Secretary. That answers a question that wasn't asked. Okay. Confidential items, update from the Chief Executive Officer Performance Development Review Committee and recommended appointment of an acting Chief Executive Officer. There is an order to exclude the public. Somebody wish to move that in its current form? Deputy Mayor, wish to speak to it? Thanks. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it? Any further debate? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against, it is carried unanimously. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, staff. Have a good night.